Alright, good evening everyone, and welcome back for more Ace Attorney nonsense. Hello there, Normans. Welcome to my secret base that is not so secret. We seemed to have been in the middle of part 2 of the trial, where I'm pretty sure we were trying to accuse Adrian Andrews of murdering Juan Tequila and framing Matt Scotchgard. I wish us good luck because I'm sure that this is all just a bunch of baloney. Let's see. Do I need to hear more details about the guitar case? That's right. I literally left this off right in the middle of something because Little Goblin told me go to sleep. So, I'm gonna make her testify. I don't remember what we're testifying about, mind you, because it's been 2 weeks. But yeah, sure, let's talk about the empty guitar case. I believe this is a crucial piece of the puzzle, yes. Hey, I can't believe anyone would reach for straws like this, but it is you. That's right, the jackass. I can't believe I'm doing this either. I can. I don't know what I'm doing, but I can believe that I'm doing it. Oh, good. The judge is going to follow along for now. No more infinite penalties, maybe? Ms. Andrews, please testify to the court about the guitar case. Yes, Your Honor. Even though it is a trifling matter. Alright, let's talk about the guitar case. Also, I haven't forgotten about that card she's got, which is the calling card of one Shelley D. Killer. I wonder if she hired him or if she found that at the scene of the crime. I don't know. The fact that she has that card, though, is very suspicious. I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after you... No. Why would you have done that? But why did you do it? Okay. Oh, good. That's the most bullshit explanation of bullshit explanations. Why did you open the case? Oh, even you don't know. Like, are we seriously just going to hand-wave this away as, oh, she didn't know what she was doing, or, like, she did it and nobody knows why even her... Like, why... What, I mean, it's Ace Attorney, but whatever. So, because it's Ace Attorney, it looks like this really wasn't a very important point. This wastefulness is such a familiar feeling by now that it's almost comforting. Anyway, I'll just go ahead and start the cross-examination. Humph. Using anyway to change the topic. A convenient escape for a weak man. Oh, you want to see how weak I am, buddy? I'll slug you in the face. And then you'll see just how strong I am. Then I may eat more of your chess pieces as a sign of victory. I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. So I guess her explanation for why she opened the guitar case is she didn't know what she was doing because she was dazed because she just found a body. But I'm still gonna push all of the buttons. During your testimony just now, did you remember those events clearly in your mind? ... Well, you see... Are you sure you are the one who opened the guitar case? ... She's waiting for someone... Aha! Right, because she has that whole dependency thing, where she tries to pretend to be strong and independent, but in actuality, depends on somebody else. Yeah, her dependent side is taking over. Good, I will tell her, testify! Well, Ms. Andrews, yes, it was me. Okay, so the judge did it instead. Alright, open the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. Why? So you open the guitar case then? Yes, well... What? Look at how shaky her testimony is. Now, I still have no clue what the hell the point of this is. But her testimony is incredibly shaky. ... Why did you open the guitar case? Huh? Mr. Tequila's dead body was right there in front of you, wasn't it? I would think that the first thing you would do is call for help, not open... See, this is important. Phoenix is actually being a smart for once. Not open a guitar case. Objection. As the witness has said multiple times, when she found the dead body, she was dazed. Yes, and? I'm waiting for your point. Maybe I was curious to know if the bright red guitar would... So you've got a guy's dead body right in front of you, and you're more concerned about the fucking bright red guitar? Excuse you? Oh yeah, here's this guy sitting there dead. But let's check inside the guitar case just to make sure the guitar is okay. Why would you care about the guitar anyway? You're not one who likes trifling matters. I thought maybe the criminal took it. Why would... Yeah, see? Why would she care about the bright red guitar? This is a very big and important question. Because again, she's not one who thinks about trifling things. But getting back on topic. Case was empty. So, press? Was it really empty? That is a good question. ... question mark? I was just wondering if maybe when you opened the case, the guitar was still inside. Oh, so we're accusing her of stealing the guitar. Objection! Objection! How long have you been a lawyer, Mr. Wright? Have a little... I refuse! Also, not nearly as long as you. I still kick your butt. And I refuse to be a professional anything. I will always be the least professional I can possibly be. Because it's just more fun that way. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. Yes, and? Who could have brought it there? And when was it found? You don't think enough, Lost as Edgeworth. You really don't. You're not asking the right questions. Or at least you're not asking follow-up questions. These trials would be over in half the time if you would just pay attention. And these trials wouldn't be half as big of a sham as they are if you weren't such a loudmouth asshole who asked the right questions. Instead of trying to hide everything and shove stuff under the rug if it's not convenient to your narrative. It's not my fault that you want the trials to take half as long because you want to ignore everything that doesn't fit your narrative. Why are you getting on my case, Judge? Again, okay, guitar case was empty when the police came in. guitar was eventually found at the studio, that doesn't mean Adrian Andrews couldn't have taken the guitar for whatever purpose and brought it to the studio at some point. Like, again, we don't know when the guitar... Well, maybe we do. I don't remember from like 5, 6, 7 weeks ago, whenever the hell I started that particular point. But still, to my knowledge, we don't know exactly when the guitar was found at the studio. So there could have been enough time for someone to take it from the hotel back to the studio. And 2, we don't know when it was taken. Because I still find it difficult to believe that Juan Tequila would have taken an empty guitar case and not known that it was empty. Because the weight of an empty... And I'm not saying this as someone who's been in a band, but I've at least carried instrument cases before. Specifically a guitar, because one of my friends played the guitar for a while. Actually, multiple of my friends played the guitar for a while. I just have no musical inclination whatsoever. But regardless, right, I have carried both empty and not empty guitar cases, and there is a significant and noticeable difference in mass. This is not like Lost as Edgeworth getting it. I mean, I still think that Lost as Edgeworth was stupid for getting in his car and not knowing that there was a frickin' dead body in the trunk. But this is decidedly more oblivious than that, unless he specifically took it there empty. Or at least not with the guitar in it. For a specific... Anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself. Don't apologize. I'm pressing. Was that because you were, quote, shocked and dazed at discovering the victim's body? Yes, that's probably it. ... I'm not going to get anywhere if I continue pressing her like this. Yes, that's very true. With evidence... What evidence do I have? My attorney's badge, the Magatama, yes, the Nickel Samurai, the press conference, the radio transceiver, Lada's camera, a magazine clipping... Some water, but only on the top of the lid. Okay, so hold on. It bears Karita's it bears Tequila's fingerprints, but not hers. Maybe this is what I have to present on, because her finger, like, as we saw from the glass, if she had touched something, it would have had her fingerprints on it. Yeah, okay, so that's probably what I gotta do. Come on, Phoenix, we can't afford to let up on her now. I wasn't planning on letting up, but she's at her weakest now, so this is our chance. Yeah, if we had a weapon to hit her with. An empty guitar case. Weapon is hiding somewhere in the court record, waiting to be found. Well, there's a knife in there, but I think... I think I have to present the guitar case, because again, it just has Tequila's fingerprints on it, so she couldn't have opened it. So let's try it. Objection! Uh-oh. Okay, good. There is no way you were the one who opened the guitar case. Why would you say that? It's elementary, my dear, not Watson. Because the only fingerprints on this guitar case are those of the victim. Oh, good, I was right. Ah! What is it, Ms. Andrews? ... You shouldn't assume that I must have left prints just because... I've got the wine glass that has your fingerprint on it. What do you mean? What if I were to tell you that I was wearing gloves at the time? Gloves? But why would you be wearing gloves at the time? Who knows, Judge? Also, she wasn't. We've got her fingerprint on the wine glass. It was the night of the award ceremony, so of course I dressed up for the occasion. Yes, now I remember. I'm almost sure I was wearing a pair of thin gloves. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems the witness was wearing gloves at the scene of the crime. That's strange! You were wearing gloves? Isn't that a little strange? Because your fingerprint was left on the fucking wine glass! Why is that strange? Do you have something that would... Yes! I in fact do! It's the immediate next piece of evidence. Listen! I have your proof right here. This wine glass that Mr. Lost as Edgeworth conveniently proved had your fingerprint on it. The wine glass. You left your fingerprints very clearly on this wine glass. Ah. Even if you took your gloves off when you poured yourself this glass of juice, wouldn't you think it was just a little strange that you put your gloves back on just to open the guitar case? Yes. Ugh. Ooh. So she broke her glasses and then immediately had a spare pair. Like, she shattered her glasses and then, like, pulled a spare pair. I'm not sure where she pulled that spare pair out of, but that is being prepared. She must shatter her glasses on a regular basis, which is actually quite concerning because I would be very scared about glass getting in your eyes if you did that. And I don't think a pair of glasses is going to help if you get a shard of glass in your eyeball. I wouldn't know from personal experience, thank goodness. But I'm pretty sure it won't help. Order! 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 Well, I just ate dinner, so I don't need any more food, but thank you very much. Looks like you hit the nail on the head this time, for once in my frickin' life. Question mark? What do you mean? I believe that guitar case plays a very important role here. But it's just an empty case. I wonder if it really was. Yeah, see, I'm wondering, because we still also have, like, by the way, other stuff in the court record is Lotta's photo, right, Disson, of a steel samurai, not a steel, sorry, a nickel samurai coming out of Juan Tequila's room, who is very clearly not the actual nickel samurai because the pants are too long. So I have to wonder, because I think back in the Steel Samurai case, right, Turnabout Samurai, they had spare costumes, which makes perfect sense. Did Juan Tequila deliberately leave his guitar back at the studio? And he took his guitar case, obviously, because he was expected to. Did he take a spare nickel samurai costume? Because, again, there was a press conference that the nickel samurai, not Matt Scotchgard, right? Matt Scotchgard seemingly had no clue about this thing. It was set up by his agent, Adrian Andrews. Right? So the nickel samurai was going to confess something. So what if Juan Tequila is that nickel? But that makes no sense. Unless that was the original plan and the nickel samurai, because I don't think Juan Tequila would have been that short. Maybe that's Adrian Andrews trying to frame Matt Scotchgard. Because she found the Nickel Samurai costume in the guitar case. But then this still doesn't explain, A, the order of events, because there's no water inside the... Well, if there was something inside the case when it was open... So it was open before them, which, again, proves there was something in the case. Oh, I think my powers of deductimination are coming in. I think it's all coming together. So we conclusively proved that she couldn't have opened the case. She's the one who knocked down the vase, but there's only water on top of the case, not inside it. Although it's only on top of the lid. Also, could you fit an entire Nickel Samurai costume in that guitar case? I don't know. I mean, you can probably fit clothes. I mean, you can fit clothes into fairly tight spaces if you fold them or squish them up enough. But I don't know how foldable a Nickel Samurai costume is. I'm getting way ahead of myself, and I should just get back to the story because I'm sure they'll explain everything, and it'll be proven that Phoenix is an idiot yet again. I wonder if it really was empty though. But the guitar. That doesn't mean there was nothing else in there. Which, in addition to me saying that Adrian possibly would have had enough time to get the guitar back to the studio, was also another possibility I was discussing. Phoenix, drop all of your presumptions. I don't even know what that word... Well, okay, Phoenix probably doesn't know what that word is. I know what that word means. Phoenix doesn't know what that word means. Too many syllables. Yeah, what was in the guitar case was not the bright red guitar. That actually makes perfect sense. You don't mean it was a bright white guitar? Wait, that's not right. Yeah, good job, Phoenix. The guitar was just a different color. I admit it would be unnatural for someone to do that. So the witness was not wearing gloves despite the fact that on the case... Objection! Your Honor, this is obviously the defense's usual misdirection tactic at work. Steer the court towards an unrelated topic and lull us into all his misguided... Objection! Shut the fuck up, you asshole! No, Your Honor. Please recall that Ms. Andrews had testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case, which means that the case was closed when the crime took place. Wait, this was another thing I was confused about. Was how could they have gotten water on top of the case, not inside the case, if Juan Tequila was the one who opened it? However, it is wide open in this photo. Yes, it is wide open in this photo of the crime scene. I am sure this guitar case has some relation to the murder. Objection! If you are so sure, right, then I'm sure you can somehow... Oh god, I'm going to save here because I am sensing another infinite penalty coming in. Then I am sure you can somehow substantiate your outrageous claim, correct? Please, enlighten us as to why that guitar case has anything at all to do with this murder. Uh-huh. Well, it's an open and shut case, that's for sure. Or I think the problem is it was closed and then open, which is backwards of what it should have been. But, like, I am pretty damn sure. Like, I am pretty damn sure that there was a nickel samurai costume in there. Can you do that, Mr. Wright? I'll give you a definite maybe. Let's suppose for a second that the bright red guitar was not the only thing that could have... Yes! Good. The bright red guitar... Just because it's a guitar case doesn't mean it has to have a guitar in it. It's what it usually would have in it. But remember, this is the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney universe. You have to think outside the box. Or in this case, inside the guitar case, I suppose. Which is technically outside the box, unless the box was the guitar case. Whatever! The bright red guitar not being the only thing... You don't mean to suggest that a bright... Aha! Objection! So, you intend to push your theory that the case was not empty? Yes! Yes, I do! Despite everything you said earlier, first of all, again, probably time to bring the guitar back to the studio, but also, second of all, yes, no, there could have been something else in that guitar case other than a guitar. Is that it, right? I wouldn't say something I didn't intend to prove, except you do on occasion. Deflate that head of yours. You haven't proven anything yet. Now, oh, it's just a teeny tiny... It's just a teeny tiny penalty, fine. Let's have it. What was inside this case at the time of the murder? That is an excellent question. The answer, of course, is profiles. It was a person in the case. It was the teeniest, tiniest goblin who would be the only person who could fit in the case. No, I'm kidding. I still think it was a nickel samurai costume. I still think it was a nickel samurai costume. I'm not sure, like, I feel like this is the evidence to prove it. But I'm not sure, so, again, just in case I get the penalty, because this game does something bullshit. Right? The intention of presenting this evidence is to show that there was a nickel samurai costume in the guitar case. If the game doesn't take it that way and assumes that I mean that the photo itself was in the case, which I wouldn't put it past the game to do. Because the only other thing that I could think of that would be in that case would be the card that what's-her-name is waving around or playing with, right? That Adrian is... But I don't have that in my evidence, so I'm just going to present this. This is a photograph? Yes, but what is important is what... Yes, okay, good. I think the game is actually doing what I fucking want it to for once. I think the game is actually doing what I want it to for once. Yes, but what is important is what is in that picture, Your Honor. In this picture? It doesn't take a genius to see what I mean. What I am proposing is... Inside the guitar case was the Nickel Samurai. The hero's very... So I think the poster might have worked too, but yeah, no. Was the Nickel Samurai the hero's very own costume? Well, what? Well, Mr. Wright, explain yourself. Never! Never! Right, are you saying that the witness opened the guitar case to take out a costume? No. Maybe? I still haven't figured out how she would have done it? Open the case, I mean? Maybe she used the Force. I don't think that's a thing in this universe, though, but... What insane point! You're ignoring the larger point of what the fuck would the Nickel Samurai's costume be doing in the Pajama Ninja's guitar case? Again, you don't ask the right questions, young man. Life is all about asking the right questions, and you never ask the right ones. This is a stupid question to ask. I object to your question. I mean, yes, that insane point would be to wear the costume, obviously, as we see her doing in that photo. But again, the bigger question that you are missing, Lost as Edgeworth, is why the fuck was that costume in the guitar case of the rival hero to begin with? And another big question, why did Adrian Andrews know it was there? See, I might be ahead of the game again. Ms. Andrews put it on to hide her identity so she could make her escape. After all, you couldn't let anyone see you leave, could you, Ms. Andrews? ... exclamation mark. I refuse to accept your face, and yet I have to every time I see you in court. Do you have anything to support such a preposterous idea? Just outside the door was an investigative photographer who was starving for the big scoop. Yes, the infamous Lotta Hart. And in the end, she managed to get this shot, correct? You mean, yes, this photo? Order! Ordeer! I think you mispronounced that one, Judge. Though at some point I may want to order more tea. It looks like we've wandered... Yep. You think you'd be used to this at this point, but yes, Judge, it looks in fact like we've wandered into quite another mess again. Haven't we? Nice job, Phoenix. Well, you know my strategy. Speak first, think later. Yes, the Maniacal Engineer way. Good man, Phoenix. So the real murderer was hiding inside a costume. Objection. Well, wait 1 second, Your Honor. The Nickel Samurai's costume would have been... See, now you're asking the important question. Slow on the uptake as always. The Nickel Samurai's costume would have been Mr. Matt Scotchgard's. Why would something of the defendant's be in the victim's room? And again, well, not just in the victim's room, but in the victim's... Again, you're still missing the goddamned point. It wasn't just in the victim's room. It was in his signature guitar case, or his signature guitar's case. Which means he presumably knew it was there. And also presumably, Adrian Andrews knew it was there. Think, kilometers. Think. Use that brain of yours that I know you don't have. And yes, this is still me being nicer to Lost as Edgeworth. I don't actually hate him anymore, like I said 2 weeks ago. I'm just poking fun at him for being an idiot, as I do to basically everyone here in this ridiculous series. And inside... Yes. Okay, fine. And inside the guitar case, of all places, True. That is a little baffling. Mr. Wright, the court would like to hear your thoughts. You really wouldn't because either my head is very empty or my thoughts are completely nonsensical. That's why I speak first and think later. Because very often my thoughts don't actually translate into anything coherent. I'm going to say it was a spare So, again, this is what I'm going to say, right? Because, again, Scotchgard, I'm pretty sure we established, was in his Nickel Samurai costume. So it was, and he had his costume for the show afterwards. Nobody is disputing that. So it was a spare costume. Mr. Scotchgard did not take his costume off during the break period. In that case, the costume we are talking about was a spare one. Yeah, they always have those. What? Then, are you saying that on the night of the murder, there were 2 Nickel Samurai costumes? Yes! 1 + 1 is 2. Very good, Judge. Yes, that is what I am saying. And how do you explain the costume that was inside the guitar case? It would mean that the victim... Yes, yes! Now you're starting to catch up to me, Lost as Edgeworth. It would mean that the victim himself had brought this spare to the ceremony on purpose. Yes. Yes. But why? The victim, Mr. Tequila, was the pajama ninja. Why would he secretly bring the Nickel Samurai's spare costume with him? What could be the reason behind such a peculiar act? And therein lies the sticking point. Well, I mean, he wanted to hold some kind of press conference. I don't know what it was about yet. Objection. Well, what are you mumbling to yourself about now? Have you just been rambling all this time without any sense of inner monologue? Maybe. No, I just... Mr. Wright, please explain yourself. Why do you think the victim had the Nickel Samurai's spare costume? I'm pretty sure... Well, again, I can't explain what the press conference was about. But I can explain he wanted to pretend to be the Nickel Samurai to make some sort of confession or other. Are you sure you can explain this one? Think carefully before you answer. And then answer with gusto. Think carefully. Save? I don't know. I'm being overly cautious about potential infinite penalties now. I think they're being very nice, though, because the only penalties that I've seen so far are just little itty-bitty ones. See, okay, that's still an itty-bitty one, but still. Alright, this is what I think. Oh god, thinking is bad. But it's gotta be this. Right? It's got to be the post-ceremony stage show, right? The reason the victim brought the Nickel Samurai spare costume to the hotel was the press conference. What is this? On the night of the murder, after the stage show, the Nickel Samurai was going to hold a special press conference. A press conference? Yes, the Nickel Samurai was supposed to confess something at this conference. I heard about this as well. I have the fucking pass to it, you asshole! I don't need you to confirm something that I have evidence for. Also, hi, Snowy, and no, this is absolutely not how courts work. This is a kangaroo court, and I would prefer to solve my problems by throwing a cake in the prosecutor's face. I heard about this as well. For once, you're not making something up right. But what struck me as strange was that Mr. Scotchgard himself said he had no idea he was supposed to be holding a press conference that night. Don't waste good cake. Well, it would be bad cake. Aha, but I know you knew about it, Adrian. But how can that be? The way I see it, that can mean only one thing. The conference was set up by none other than the victim, Mr. Juan Tequila himself, or one of his brothers, 2 Tequila, 3 Tequila, or Floor. They're just acting as surrogates. The victim, yes. The spare nickel samurai costume was prepared for that very conference. I have no clue what he was actually going to confess because obviously Mr. Tequila is dead. But this was the plan. And I know it's a cockamamie bullshit plan, but we've seen even more elaborate cockamamie bullshit plans here in this universe, so Mr. Tequila was going to hold the press conference as the Nickel Samurai and hope that no one would notice that he was speaking in a Spanish accent instead of a Scottish accent. I'm sure nobody would have noticed. All people seem to care about in this universe is the costume itself, not the actual person inside it, which is why this shit seems to happen all the time where, oh yeah, this costume, right, only this person could have possibly been wearing that outfit. He was going to dress up as the Nickel Samurai and hold a conference? But why would I have no clue? I don't know. He's dead. I can't ask him. Why would the victim do such a thing? That's something I don't quite know yet. However, what I am concerned with right now is what he intended to reveal at that conference. The Nickel Samurai was going to confess something. And by confess, I'd wager he was going to reveal something about, quote-unquote, himself. Which means that Juan Tequila, posing as the Nickel Samurai, was going to speak about Matt Scotchgard. Yes, I guess that is what it would... Yeah, look, everyone's brain is getting a workout here, I understand. It's very confusomigating. But that is, in fact, what it would mean. But if that's the case... No, we know what the case is. It's the guitar case. I already said that earlier. If that's the case, that's not a confession. That's a public discourse. Okay, who gives a fuck? Like, you're talking semantics that don't actually matter about the case itself. Humph. Ms. Andrews, I can see why you are pros at what you do. Pardon me? Yes, just as you say, the press conference was set up by Juan. And I know you knew about it. Because you're the one who called up the hotel or something and told him to make the arrangements or where did I hear that from? I don't remember who I heard that from, but I heard it from someone. Might have been from her. Or it might have been from Lana. I don't know. It might have been from Old Bag. Old Bag knows everything. Okay. Ms. Andrews, please offer us an explanation for this. I was the one he asked to help set it up. Right. And the person who prepared the second costume for him... Yes, this makes sense. As I said, Lost as Edgeworth earlier was not asking the right questions. Right? The right questions were, what the heck was that costume doing in the victim's guitar case in the first place, and how did Adrian Andrews know it was there? Right? Now we are getting to the bottom of things. And in this case, I guess that's Adrian Andrews' bottom, which is less objectionable than some of the bottoms I've had to get to around here. You? Juan had bet everything on the Pajama Ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought, anyway. He was going to ruin him, huh? It looked like somehow Juan had his hands on a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been. Ooh! But here's my problem now. That gives my client motive. Again. And that's a problem. That is very much a problem. What? And do you know what the secret of Mr. Scotchgard's is, Ms. Andrews? Dot dot dot. That's something only Juan knew. I don't know what it is. And yet you chose to cooperate with him. Why? I find myself very suspicious. Again? And I don't just mean because I'm wandering around wearing a trench coat looking suspicious. Ah, I see. Dot, dot, dot. I've probably been coming off quite... Yes. Yes, you are. Please elaborate. I've probably been coming off quite suspicious to everyone. But that's to be expected, because I am carrying the calling card of a known serial killer. Which, by the way, you would think that the judge, or maybe Lost Edgeworth, would have noticed. Like, I get why Phoenix doesn't know, because I don't think he's seen that card before in his life. But, like, Lost Edgeworth should, because I'm sure there are a few homicides that haven't been resolved where that is evidence. But that's to be expected. I've been trying to protect Matt, after all. Protect Mr. Scotchgard. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. No, you really haven't been. You really haven't been. And I can prove it because, again, you literally dressed up as him to leave the room. Ergo, you weren't trying to protect him, you were trying to frame him for murder. And yet again, another strange bit of truth comes to light, it seems. Ms. Andrews, if you could, please tell us the truth about your behavior. Yes, Your Honor, I understand. Alright, tell us about protecting Mr. Scotchgard. From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. How? Matt had to kill Juan no matter what. And he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. My thoughts were confirmed by evidence, of course, the button and the knife. But I'm Matt's manager, so I felt that I had to protect him. No, it really doesn't. I mean, you say that it accounts for everything. There's got to be something it doesn't account for. I mean, yeah, it doesn't account for why she dressed up. I think it's exactly what I said, right? It doesn't account for why she dressed up as the Nickel Samurai to leave the room, or why there wasn't a photo of a second Nickel Samurai leaving the room. And it also doesn't account for why Scotchgard's fingerprints are on the knife, which I remember from 2 weeks ago. We said that if he was wearing his Nickel Samurai costume, he had gloves on, and those apparently would have wiped away his fingerprints on the knife if he had used it to stab someone. So there's a lot this doesn't account for. Well, I am the logical type. I'll see no pointed ears there, lady. We are finally seeing her true self. She is more nervous than a scared rabbit. Oh boy, if the defense can find no fault with this testimony, I am ready to make a ruling. Good, good. Please keep that in mind as you... Does this mean if I get through the whole thing and don't present something to her that I don't get to go through it over again? No, I did in fact kind of see where this was going. Somehow everything is swung to the opposite end of the scale again. That just means I have to put my weight into this and turn her logic upside down. Yeah, again, okay, you're trying to protect this guy. Why the hell did you dress up in his spare costume? When you left the room. And that was you, not him, because it goes down to, like, well below your feet. That is the opposite of protectomigating. Uh-huh. So how would you have known that? Would you say that was your intuition speaking to you? Don't confuse my methods of reasoning with your own. Irk. If you want to prove that someone did something, you need 3 things. 3 things? A motive, an opportunity to commit the crime, and finally, decisive evidence. And if you think these 3 things through, the answer becomes quite clear. I did already know that, yes. They didn't teach that to us in school, at least not from what I remember. I didn't go to law school, though. May I continue now? Matt had to kill Juan no matter what. You still don't know why, and I find that suspicious. So, and also, if Matt didn't know about the press conference, which he didn't, why would he know that he needed to kill him right then and right there? That's another question. So would you say this need came from the press conference? Yes. Do you know why Juan chose that event in that hotel for the conference? Not a fucking clue. Because that was when he could cause the most damage to the public's beloved Matt Scotchgard. But again, Scotchgard had no fucking clue about this conference at all. None. He was surprised to learn about it. The only 2 people who knew about, well, okay, other than hotel staff, but the only 2 people who knew about it and who conceived of this cockamamie scheme were you and the victim. Which, again, makes me wonder, A, why you cooperated with him in the first place, and B, how you would have cooperated with him in the first place to set this whole thing up if you didn't know what the secret was, and if you're now claiming that you want to protect your client at all costs, why would you have set this shit up in the first place? So that's 2 things against you wanting to protect him. It's really elementary, right? You wouldn't have agreed to set up this press conference with Juan in the first place. and you wouldn't have left the room dressed as the Nickel Samurai if you actually intended to protect Scotchguard. And you knew of this plan, didn't you, Ms. Andrews? Yes, because Yeah, so again, why would you have done this if you were looking to protect Scotchguard? That is the next logical follow-up question. But what do you want to bet? They're not going to let me ask it. But I'm sure Mr. Scotchguard himself... Well, that's the other thing, right? I'm sure Mr. Scotchguard himself didn't know anything about the press conference. Oh, really? Can you show me any proof he didn't know about this press conference? He told me so! Anyway, the important thing here is that this information was not in your okay, good. This information was not in your testimony. Yes, I agree. Miss Andrews, please correct your testimony, if you please. Grasping at straws now, are we, Mr. Wright? No. I know what his motive was, but I don't have any way to prove I'm right. What? What? Is that the only thing she changed? Okay, so what if I press on this? Has Mr. Scotchguard done something to hurt or betray you personally? ... Why do you ask? You were the one who... Yeah, see, here's the other question. Good, the follow-up question. Phoenix is using his noodle like a good noodleman. You were the one who helped Mr. Tequila with his press conference. And that event was supposed to bring down Mr. Scotchguard, yet you still helped him, which again goes very counter to what you're saying right now about wanting to protect him. I don't think we're going to make that logical jump. It is a very logical jump, but still I feel like we're not going to make it because this is Ace Attorney, and logic actually means nothing here. ... Objection! The person on trial right now is Mr. Scotchguard, right? Yes, but I indicted Adrian Andrews as my suspect for the murder. That's why she's here, you colossal fuckbucket. I don't know why I called him that. What the witness was thinking, helping the victim with his plan, is... Yes, it is! Because it literally goes very counter to what she's saying right now about wanting to protect her client. Seriously. How do you not see the like, the fact that she helped set up this plan literally goes counter to what she's saying about wanting to protect him. Either that or she's like multiple personalities or some such nonsense, but still. In any case, this means that the defendant had a motive to kill. No! Phoenix, this was the right question to ask. This was, like, this blows a massive hole in the fact that she said she was trying to protect him, because fucking clearly she wasn't. But if I'm supposed to present something on this, I have no clue what it's supposed to be. Where's my court record? But, okay, so, hold on. Before I start getting into the lullaby, what's in the court record? Okay. Okay. Uh-huh. 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 I'm confused as all heck. Like, I am very confused-imagated. Anyway, didn't have a lullaby, but didn't you already testify earlier that Mr. Scotchgard was taking a nap in his room? Are you telling me now that that too was a lie so you could cover for Mr. Scotchgard? And am I supposed to believe this shit when I know that you deliberately took part in a plan that was supposed to take him down? I'm not telling you anything of the sort. When I went to get him for the show, he honestly was sleeping. However, as to whether he was sleeping the entire time, that I cannot say. I was too busy setting up the stage at the time. I keep trying, but I can find no flaws with what Miss Andrews has said. I can! Do you really think he could have strangled his rival in cold blood? Walk across the hall without getting a photo taken of him, by the way, and gone back to his room and went right back to sleep? Like, went to sleep? Like, okay, even if he hated the guy, I'd like to think that most people, well, okay, maybe not Shelley D. Killer, maybe not, well, okay, even Joe Dark felt bad about his crimes and went in to confess, so I don't think he could have, like, immediately gone to sleep right after killing a guy. Also, why the strangle, then the stab? I can't say the same for some people here in this courtroom, however. Judge is glaring straight at Mia. He's glaring at you, smart guy. Okay, talk to me about the button and the knife. You can hardly call the knife, quote, decisive evidence. Yeah, we kind of covered this earlier. The fingerprints on the knife could very well be a clever camouflage. Then, what about the button? The button? It's clear from the crime scene that the victim and his murderer fought. And during the fight, the killer ripped the button from the Pajama Ninja's costume. You're talking about this button, correct? That button was found in the pleats of Matt's hakama, isn't that correct? I would think that makes it very decisive evidence. Unless you planted it there. Irk. How foxed again, Mr. Wright. Maybe? I don't know. The knife doesn't prove a thing. Please fix your okay. I can't stand the sight of a man who can't gracefully accept his defeat. ... Thank goodness Mia can still... Oh, even if she's glaring. With an icy stare, yes. Ms. Andrews, for Mr. Wright's sake, please add this information to your testimony. I mean, we know that the knife doesn't prove a thing. Okay, the button was torn off of Juan during his fight with Matt. Okay. Let's see. It's the button. So let's look at it. Ripped from his costume, is covered in Tequila's blood. Found in Scotchgard's Hakama. Check. Well, hold on. If it was ripped off during the fight, and the stabbing happened after the fight, why would it have victim's blood on it? The gears in my head are turning. Button was torn off of Juan during his fight with Man. It has his blood on it, but again, just looking at the photo, if the button was torn off during the fight, and the knife came in, right, the knife was stabbed after the strangle, right, because the strangle didn't cause any blood. Right, we don't see any blood coming from his mouth. So the stab happened at, so I feel like presenting the photo and saying, no, that can't be possible. Again, here's my line of thinking, right? And I actually am trying to think. Because that the button is covered in blood. And at first I thought, okay, that's because, you know, the button came off when Tequila was stabbed in the chest. Right? It was the act of the stabbing that knocked the button off, which I don't know why Scotchgard himself would have done the stabbing, because there's no reason to do that if the guy's already dead. There's no reason to stab him. Hiya, Bug might. But there's no reason to stab him in the chest if you're Scotchgard. Right? There's no reason to stab him in the chest with your own dinner knife. Which, why do you even have in the first place? I may be thinking too hard, I may be thinking too little, or I may be emphasizing the completely wrong thing, which I am known to do from time to time. Which is unfortunate. But again, it comes down to, I think that button is not decisive evidence, and I don't, because again, I don't know how to prove it, right? The other thing it could possibly be is the autopsy report, again, because the stabbing happened after the strangulation. But the bottom line with whatever piece of evidence I present here, and I want to clear this for the record, because I want y'all to know, even if I get the exact piece of evidence wrong, I want y'all to know what my line of thinking is. And the line of thinking is, okay, that button's got his blood, right, that button's got Tequila's blood on it. The only way that could have happened during this struggle, just looking at the picture, is from when the knife was stabbed into Tequila's chest. And I still fail to see why Scotchgard would have done that after Tequila was already dead, with his own dinner knife. And then I also fail to see how that button could have been covered in blood before that happened. So I don't know if I've got to present the photo. I don't know if I've got to present the knife. I probably have to present the photo or the autopsy report. Right? Because the cause of death was strangled with a scarf, then stabbed with a knife. You know what? I'm gonna press for now just to see what happens. How do you know that? When the ends of the threads of the button and the costume were matched up, they were found, which I also said last week was probably impossible. Because whenever something tears off of something else, it's never that perfect. Yeah, I've heard that before, and it's bullshit. Don't look at me like that, just because I'm prepared and you are not. I thought I had her this time for sure. If there's anything to trip her up on, it has to be here, but where and what? So again, my general comment on this is bullshit. You participated in the scheme that was supposed to bring him down. And you disguised yourself as him when you left the room. You were trying to frame him, not protect him. I'm going to press again, though, just to see if I can get anything else out of her. But what you really did was stab the guy in the back, didn't you? And at the worst possible time. Exclamation mark. Objection. Who's to say she really... think this is the 1AA. Why would you have started with 2 instead of 1, Bug Mite? That strikes me as a mite strange. Who's to say she really stabbed the guy in the back, as you put it? No, I'm pretty sure she stabbed Juan Tequila in the front. But she literally said it. She literally said it. Right? She said she was the one who set up the press conference for Juan Tequila and gave him the costume. Ah, friend loaned it to you along with other DS games at the time. Okay, well, okay, if you didn't have it yourself and it belonged to a friend, although I don't know why your friend would have given you 2 instead of 1, because presumably your friend should have had 1. Presumably. Anyway, the witness could have disclosed things about Mr. Scotchgard at any time. Why, then, would she wait until there was a large audience before doing so? It's the same reason why Mr. Tequila planned such an elaborate conference. Ms. Andrews wanted to cause Mr. Scotchgard as much damage as she possibly could. This witness bears ill will toward the defendant. Objection. This isn't the Phoenix Wright Wax Philosophical... I beg your pardon! This is always the Phoenix Wright Wax Philosophical Power Hour. No, wait, you're right. I do this for 4 hours. Aha! I win again. And please, stop slandering the witness. Oh, just loaned you several random DS games. I suppose... I haven't liked this game so far. It's been miserable. Please, stop slandering the witness. She slandered herself. Like, I don't need to wax philosophical. I don't need to point to what she's doing right now. I just need to point to what she said, where she said she knowingly helped Juan Tequila with his press conference, literally gave him the spare nickel samurai costume, knowing full damn well that Juan Tequila was going to have that press conference to ruin Scotchgard. And by the way, just for people like Bugmite who are tuning into this for the first time, I had to give Scotchgard a new name because it's not acceptable for anyone to have those initials other than me. Right? He's not allowed to be Matt OnGuard, so he's Matt Scotchgard. So because he's Scotch, I changed his victim's name from Carita to Tequila. That way I can talk about Juan Tequila and his brothers 2 Tequila, 3 Tequila, and Floor. ... As I expected, Ms. Andrews' testimonies... No, it really fucking isn't! It really fucking isn't! It's just nobody allows me to ask follow-up questions. Yes, not only was it wishy-washy, it was very inconsistent. You should know this by now, but you'll need strong decisive evidence to make her talk. Uh-huh. I'm going to pin you down this... Oh, good. Talking about getting to women's bottoms, catching other women with their pants down in the court, and now talking about pinning down another woman in the courtroom. Good job, Phoenix. So the 2 things I had to change were this one, which I don't think means anything. This. And again, I'm going to do what I said I was going to do. I think the best piece of evidence for this is... Yeah, no, I think it's... I think... So the other thing is, right, if the button truly did get torn off during Juan's fight with Matt, then it wouldn't be covered with blood. So I'm going to present this because I think that there are multiple angles that it can cover. Again, one, that the only way for the... Well, the only way for this to have been covered in blood is if it was still on his chest when it was... Just this one, I think. Okay, fine, I was wrong. That statement contradicts this evidence. It does. I don't see anything contradict... Yep. Alright. So which piece of evidence am I supposed... Because it technically does. Right? What it contradicts is the fact that that button is covered in blood. Maybe it's the button itself that I've got to present. Because again, it's covered in blood, but it shouldn't have been if it was torn off Juan during the fight and before the stabicus. And the stabicus happened after Juan was dead. So is it this one? Okay, so it's not that one. Which one is it? Like, am I barking up the completely wrong tree? Better than barfing up the wrong trait. Maybe it is the autopsy report. This is it. If this goes wrong, or if this is, then I'll know that I've gotten this completely and totally wrong. But, like, I feel like any of these should be able to make the point. Oh, okay. Remember being frustrated some of these cross-examinations. It's so I feel like any of these should have made that point. Thank you, Bugmite. This is the victim's autopsy report. It clearly states that the cause of death was strangulation by a scarf. Strangulation? The knife stab? Yes, see, that's what I was saying. Which, okay, I guess technically the autopsy report said better than anything else. But it's the same logic that I would have used for any of them. But yeah, okay. The knife stab to the victim was done after the victim had already died. And what does that mean? See? So the button itself shows the blood on it, right? So let's examine the evidence. This button has the victim's blood on it, which would mean that it was ripped off the costume when? After the knife was stabbed into the victim. Exactly, which means it is impossible that this button was torn off during the victim's final struggle. Because the victim was strangled to death in that... Okay. I still think the button itself could have been used, but I get why it's the autopsy report. That's right, Ms. Andrews. There is no way this button was ripped off during the struggle. Ergo, neither the button nor the knife are decisive evidence against Scotchgard. This button was consciously pulled off the victim's already dead body. Order! What is the meaning? Objection! What is the meaning of this? The judge was just about to ask that question, you colossal jackass. Let the judge ask his question. So what? If the button was torn off the body after the victim hit it, then it means that it's not decisive evidence against Scotchgard anymore, and it makes it another point, or it points to another thing of A, someone trying to frame Matt Scotchgard, and B, Ms. Andrews being that person. What does that change? Let me ask you one simple question, Mr. Lost Your Edgeworth. Why was the button torn off? What purpose did... Well, that's two questions, but sure. What purpose did that serve? What purpose? We now know this button was not torn off during the fight. So the murderer took the time and effort to purposely rip this from the victim's body. That would mean that the murderer had something in mind, wouldn't it? ... Mr. Wright, does this mean you know what the murderer wanted to do with the button? What was it? To have a memento of the crime? To pin the crime on Scotchgard? To destroy evidence? Well, gee. Given where that thing ended up, there is only one logical reason for doing something like that. But since this is Ace Attorney, we'll go with the illogical reason to do it, which is to frame Scotchgard. It was to pin the tail on the donkey. No. Pin the crime on Mr. Scotchgard. ... There is no way anyone would put a bloodied button in their own pants. Or down their own pants. I'm not sure where that thought came from, but I stand by it. I don't know. That's right. Mr. Scotchgard was set up by the real killer of, well... Yeah, sure, by the real killer, of course. And the real murderer is... Gee, who did I indict on this murder already, as of last time I streamed this? Can't believe I managed to bring this trial all the way up to this point. Can't let my guard down yet, not until the very end. The real killer, the person who planned to frame Mr. Scotchgard, is my attorney's badge! You're all under arrest! No, again, this is where I wish it would take me directly to profiles, but that would be too easy. But again, I fucking made this indictment. This is why she's here testifying right now. It's Adrian Andrews. Ms. Adrian Andrews. I choose... Well, they've had Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, they've had the A-Team, they've had a bunch of other early 2000 references. I suppose it was inevitable that there would be a Pokemon reference in there. I choose you. You are Mr. Tequila's killer. What? And she broke her glasses again. Again, if this is a very common occurrence, I am very concerned for her eyeballs. Order, order, order. Mr. Right. Judge, I fucking mentioned this to you, like, right before the goddamned recess. It's why she's here in the first place. This is a very grave matter. Do you have any evidence that supports your charge? You mean, other than the fact that we know she was conspiring against Scotchgard because of her own testimony? You mean, other than the fact that she was the one with easy access to the knife? You mean, other than the fact that she's the one seen leaving the room in the Nickel Samurai costume? Other than all of that, which we have already discussed? Any evidence? All of the evidence points to Ms. Good, he's actually using his noodle again, like the Phoenix Noodleman that he is. How preposterous. You can't stick any of that on me. I can't, can I? Would you care to test me? Then what about this knife? The knife was used to stab the victim after he had already been strangled to death. It was used to throw suspicion onto Mr. Scotchgard, naturally. And who had easy access to that knife? You did! A knife covered in the defendant's fingerprints could only be taken from his room. And the only one who had dinner with him and knew which knife to take was you. Disc. Again, she broke her glasses. Yeah, no, she breaks her glass. That's, what, her fourth pair now? I am very worried for your eyes, young lady. If you're constantly shattering your glasses like that. Also, how do you do that? Disc. Then, what about the button that was found? We literally just fucking went over that. This button was removed from the victim's body after he had already died. I like to think it's funny. The only people who could have done so were the person who found his body or the killer. However, if Mr. Scotchgard was the real killer, there's no way he would have put such incriminating evidence in his own hakama. Ugh. And there goes another pair of glasses. Lady, you need to find glasses that are made of sturdier material, because I feel like it would be cheaper to get one pair of those than like 50 pairs of whatever cheap junk glasses you have. might still be able to start a count for that. Hang on. Let's see. I forgot how to add any, color source displays source image scene. Oh, text. There we go. Oh god, I'm gonna have to fix this. Adrian Andrews has broken. So we are up to 4. But I really need to make this much smaller. And select a funnier font. That one. Yeah, you know what? We'll leave it as broken glasses. That's much shorter. Okay. And we're gonna take that. And we're gonna pop that right up over here. Perfect. Excellent suggestion, Bugmite. Now, watch how she, doesn't break any more glasses for the rest of the time. But oh well, we'll leave that for the future just in case she breaks more. Anyway, the only person who could have put this button into Mr. Scotchgard's Hakama is the person who went to wake him up from his nap, which is you yet again, Ms. Andrews. I see. What about the empty guitar case? That is also another piece of evidence that incriminates Ms. Andrews. Oh, good. That costume was used to hide the real killer's identity as they fled the crime scene. Now, who could have known that there was... Yeah, who knew that there was a costume inside the guitar case? It could only have been the person who prepared the costume for the victim himself, but he's dead. And that person is you, Ms. Adrian Andrews. No, she didn't break her glasses this time! Darn it! Objection! But Ms. Andrews' fingerprints were nowhere to be found. I still haven't figured that out, by the way. Were nowhere to be found on the guitar case. And it was you who proved that she was not wearing gloves at the time. Exclamation mark. That's right. That's because she did not intend on leaving any prints. If anyone had found out that she had touched the case, they would have asked her why. So to avoid leaving any prints, she used a towel or something else. Actually, that makes perfect sense. But the glass of tomato juice is a different story. Ms. Andrews purposely left her fingerprints on the glass to show that, yes, indeed, she was the classic, quote, dazed discoverer of a dead body. Aha! Another broken glasses. Count increment up. Hee. Yes, And to top it all off, there is this photo. The photo of the killer as they exited the scene of the crime. No reasonable person on Earth can believe this nickel samurai is Mr. Scotchgard. Because again, the pants go down way too far. He would be much too short for his own costume if it was him. ... exclamation mark. Speaking of how tall people are... Ms. Andrews, you're also kind of short in stature, are you not? But please, stop. Never! Well, how about it, Ms. Andrews? I've got her this time. What do you want to bet Lost Edgeworth comes in with some stupid objection? ... Ms. Andrews. ... I refuse to testify. Well. It's not this easy. It's not this easy. What was that? There's a law. It says I can't be forced to testify about something. Aha! That's only... Right, so you're pleading the Fifth, as in the Fifth Amendment. But this is Japanifornia, not actual California. That law does not apply here. The only fifth you are allowed to plead is whiskey. Which might mean Scotchgard in this case. Because I don't think tequila is considered whiskey. It says I can't be forced to testify about something if it can incriminate me. Well, good, so you basically just admitted to doing something. Well, yes, you are absolutely correct, Ms. Andrews. Law does provide us with the way to avoid self-incrimination, which basically means you're testifying that you would incriminate yourself if you testified. Ergo, you did it. Yes, by allowing a witness to not... Again, this is taking U.S. law and applying it in a system that is very clearly not actual U.S. law. But sure, let's fucking go with it. Why the hell not? By allowing a witness to not testify if the testimony can cause damage to themselves. I agree. I am as astounded as Phoenix to find out that they actually give a shit about the amendments here. Because again, I'm pretty sure that law also states innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And in this fucking situation, it's always the opposite. Guilty until proven innocent beyond a reasonable doubt. We can't have it both ways. Is this or is this not the U.S. law system? Pleading the Fifth is always something I would plan to do on the spot, but again, I usually refer to whiskey when I do that. I'm actually surprised Phoenix knows about that, though, considering the fact that he never actually went to law school. Actually, thinking back to yesterday in Mr. Scotchgard's room. Adrian Andrews? Yes? Think hard about what we just discussed. Think hard about what we just discussed. Understood? I'm pretty sure canonically Phoenix did not actually go to law school. I don't actually know this yet, mind you, but given the fact that he seems to know jack shit about the law, and somehow knows about pleading the Fifth, like, I think a more realistic reaction for him would have been the I've never heard of this particular law, and for Mia to glare at him. But, like, he knows, he really seems to know absolutely nothing about law. Not even evidence law as proven by the last game. Although, to be fair, I'm pretty sure they just made that up for that one particular case. But still, like, every single time a particular legal issue comes up, he seems to know nothing about... about pleading the fifth, which, if he's me, it doesn't surprise me, because, again, when I talk about pleading the fifth, it's always about a fifth of whiskey, but still. It's the first legal term or legal thing that he's actually known about so far, and I'm almost done with the second game. Think hard about what we just discussed. Understood? Yep, alright. ... That's it. That's when Franziska planted this idea into her head. Ah, I see. She must have told Ms. Andrews to not testify if things look bad. You did a good job proving everything up to this point, Phoenix. But there is still one thing I haven't done. Actually given decisive evidence? What's wrong, right? Are you finished already? Run out of evidence? I'm pretty sure there's evidence on the front of my fist. I'll shove that into your eyeballs just so you can get a good look at it. ... Exclamation mark. What is so humorous, Mr. Lost Your Edgeworth? I'm sure you realize this as well, Your Honor. But everything the good lawyer here has proven up to this point is meaningless. Uh-huh. What? Everything you have proven is We've done much more with much less. Seriously. We have. I'm pretty sure... Well, okay, I guess most of my evidence against Acro last case was circumstantial until we literally found the murder weapon in his wheelchair. But I'm pretty sure, like, everything against Mimi was definitely circumstantial. It really was. Everything you have proven is circumstantial. Yeah, I knew that. So, Phoenix, are you saying that you know about pleading the fifth, but you don't know what circumstantial means? Yes, circumstantial. You have yet to provide a single piece of definitive proof. Proof that Miss Andrews did, in fact, harbor a wish to murder Mr. Tequila. True, I did not provide a motive, but Miss Andrews, Did you want to kill Mr. Tequila? I believe this may lead to me incriminating myself, so I will abstain from answering. But, Miss Andrews, if you do that, it would be the same as admitting your guilt, don't you? Technically, you are not supposed to infer someone's guilt if they choose to plead the fifth. Technically. Yes, maybe so or maybe not. There is nothing to prove it either way. It's always exactly what I say. The game just takes time to catch up with me. Besides, you don't even know what crime I would be guilty of due to my silence. No, she's taking that defiant attitude again. Mia, what should we do? Somehow we've landed in the worst pot. No, we really haven't. Have we? Because again, Okay, let's say I can't pin it directly on a. Okay, I mean, I fucking know how this stupid game goes, right? I know that I can't prove my client innocent, right? I know that I can't prove my client innocent until I find whoever actually fucking did it. But, like, I've damn near conclusively proven that both the knife and the button were specifically meant to frame Scotchgard. So I've removed those as definitive evidence, right? And I've removed the fact, right? So the Lotta's photo, I've conclusively proven that this isn't actually Scotchgard, right? So there exists no definitive proof. Right? There exists no definitive proof that my client actually did it. Everything for him is circumstantial too. And in point of fact, the fact that someone is going so far out of their way to frame him, regardless of whether it's Andrews or not. I mean, again, she's the only one who would have easy access to the knife, knew that the costume was in there, and could have planted the button in Scotchgard's Hakama. Okay, I'll grant you that that is all technically circumstantial. But again, okay, again, let's go American standard of law here. I have now conclusively proven that there is another possibility for who killed Juan Tequila. It is not unreasonable to assume that it is Adrian Andrews. And in fact, it is slightly more unreasonable to assume that it is Scotchgard at this point, again, because it's very clear someone is trying to frame him. He would not have shoved the button into his own pants, the bloody button into his own pants, and he would not have used a knife covered in his own fingerprints to stab an already dead body. If this was any kind of reasonable court or a jury system or anything like that, I'd be done. But this is Ace Attorney. So somehow we have, in fact, landed in the worst possible situation. I think we have reached a certain conclusion at this point in time. Ms. Adrian Andrews has... Yeah, that is the only conclusion we can technically come to. Ms. Adrian Andrews has refused to testify. And the defense's theory that she is the actual murderer has not been fully substantiated with solid definitive... True. But it's removed the solid definitive... the so-called solid definitive proof that was hanging over my client's head and turned that on its head because someone was clearly trying to frame him. Which likely means he didn't do it. Because he wouldn't try to frame himself. That's the stupidest thing in the universe. Wait, this is a stupid universe. Anyway. No, that is technically true, Phoenix. I'm sorry. In this situation, there is only one thing this court can do. He's going to ask to go adjourn for the day and get more proof. And that is to declare a recess. Recess? I request that both the prosecution and the defense look further into this matter at tomorrow's trial. Uh-huh. Tomorrow, yes. Yes, we do. There is always a tomorrow. If we don't get not guilty verdict today, then... Hold it! Please wait, Your Honor. That's not necessary. The trial. Please continue the trial. What are you sweating for? Your client is getting one more day to live, isn't... Yes, but I don't give a fuck about my client. I give a fuck about Little Goblin, who has been kidnapped. Your client is getting one more day to live, isn't he? That's not it. This isn't about that. Lost is Edgeworth, I know you know who the real killer is. Please, let the trial continue. If I don't get the verdict, then my, question mark. But it's impossible to continue as long as the witness refuses to... That's not untrue. There's literally no more evidence that we have. If D. Killer is any sort of reasonable individual, and I don't know if he is, I don't know if he isn't, but if he is any sort of reasonable individual, I feel like he'll have to at least be somewhat impressed that given the fuck ton of evidence that seemed decisive against Scotchgard, that I've basically gotten tossed out or turned on its head. Like, okay, I can't conclusively prove anything one way or another, but I've gotten it to a point where, like, we need to literally look into this further instead of, okay, he's probably going to like, we are in a much better situation than we were before today began. And again, there's more shit that I have to do to fix this problem, but if I can't do, I can't do. Like, if I don't have evidence, I don't have evidence. If I don't have all the information, I don't have all the information. I'm just hoping D. Killer is slightly more reasonable than Hatman was. Now then, this court is... Objection. It is not impossible for this trial to continue. ... exclamation mark. Mr. Losses Edgeworth, what are you? It's true. Ms. Andrews holds the right against self-incrimination. However, if the topic of conversation were something unrelated to whatever she may be guilty of, then she has no right to withhold testimony. Yes, that is very true, but... Actually, there is one little thing that I'm curious about. Ms. Andrews... ... When you found the victim's dead body, you poured yourself a glass of juice because it can't be wine in this localization. Yes, and? I can't help but think, which is what I fucking said in the first place, like 2 weeks ago, I'm pretty sure. I can't help but think how unnatural that is. Usually, when one finds a body, they are shaken up, not stirring a glass of juice. Ah, shaken, not stirred. A not-so-subtle James Bond reference? So my actions were unusual, but I've already... Before you speak, I want to state that if you have a reason behind your actions, I would like you to testify to that effect. Testify? Your Honor, I would like to request that the witness testify again as to what happened when she first discovered the victim's body. Whatever we find out in this testimony should in no way implicate the... No? No? Like, if we're saying... How does this not implicate the witness if the potential assumption is that she killed the victim. She'd have to, like, lie through her teeth and or possibly incriminate herself. Oh well. I'll get to this bullshit after taking a quick break. I'll be right back. Alright, I have returned. And I have gotten myself another cup of tea, and I am ready for whatever bullshit Lost as Edgeworth wants to pull out of his ass this time. Probably. I don't know what it is about Lost as Edgeworth today. I can't get a good read off of him. Is he friend or foe? I just don't know. He's always foe. And regardless of anything else, he's always a smug jackass, so doesn't really matter. The court acknowledges the prosecution's request. Ms. Andrews, if you please. When I found the body. That glass of juice, I didn't really pour it for myself, okay? I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in that messy state. Where is the guy who always said, well, that's me. I'm here. I say objection. Unless you're talking about Manfred von Karma, in which case he's dead. But I can say objection in his voice if you want me to. Objection! I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in that messy state. And Juan, he was just sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. So the knife wasn't in his chest at that time then, because pretty clearly you would have assumed he was dead if you saw the knife stabbed in his chest. To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice. When I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked the flower vase over. Uh-huh. Well, he's here. He's definitely here, and he's always a jackass. Also, in this channel, he is known as Kilometers Lost as Edgeworth, just like why Matt is known as Matt Scotchgard, because nobody else is allowed to have the initials M.E. That's my shtick. That's me. So you poured that glass of juice for the victim. Why didn't you say so in your earlier testimony? I didn't think I needed to include something so trivial. Phoenix, please be careful here. If you can't find anything wrong with this testimony, then there's nothing left. I know. Lost as Edgeworth. What the heck is going on in that? Nothing. We have conclusively proven he has no brain. Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Press all of the buttons! But no, I'm pretty sure what I need to go for here is there was a knife sticking out of his chest. How the fuck could you have possibly not assumed he was dead? But okay. I'm still gonna press everything, mind you, because I always press everything. But there wasn't anyone else in the room, right? Of course not. Then who did you pour it for? Mr. Wright, there is a rhyme and a reason for everything. Can you wait just a little longer for it to be revealed to you? In other words, Wright, be quiet and listen. I know that is difficult for you, considering your motor mouth, but please, just sit down, shut up, and let the witness testify. Precisely. I couldn't have said it better myself. Ugh. I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in that messy state. Okay. So it was a mess? Are you sure it wasn't messy because of your fight with Mr. Tequila? Objection! I understand your frustrations at not being able to prove your theory. However, before you go accusing people of crimes, go find yourself some evidence. I mean, it is as if she replied directly to what I said, yes. Grr. And then, what did you see next, witness? Slumped over and tired looking in the corner. Press, hold it. Slumped over. Yes, he was just sitting there with his head tilted forward, eyes closed. He really looked like he was sleeping, other than the giant fucking knife in the chest. Well, okay, it wasn't giant, but it was certainly a knife in the chest. Even Phoenix says, is it just me, or did that right there sound a little odd? I'm still gonna press everything because I do, but... Then what did cross your mind? I thought maybe he had smashed everything up in anger because he lost the Grand Prix. Except you knew that he had the backup plan of the press conference where he'd pretend to be the Nickel Samurai, so... Then felt tired after his rampage, so he decided to take a nap. Okay, anyways, that's what I thought. I see, so you didn't think he was dead at all. To be honest, I thought he had just fainted something, so I went to pour him some juice. Press again! You thought he fainted? I thought he was asleep at first. But then, the room was in such a messy state, I thought maybe he had gotten into a fight with someone. That directly contradicts what you just said, where you said you thought he smashed everything up in anger. And that's when you went to pour the glass of juice. Yes, he always has a hard time waking up. So Juan always has a glass of tomato juice to drink, which is clearly tomato juice and not wine. Or tequila, despite him being Juan Tequila. I see. And after that, what happened next? When I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked the flower vase over. Again, push! Press the buttons! And how did you come to realize he was, in fact, dead? I shook him over and over, but I never got her... Okay, yeah, no. Because when she was that close... Knife in chest! So what she's saying, implicitly, is that she stabbed the knife into his chest. I shook him over and over, but I never got a response. So I set the glass down on the dresser and tried to take his pulse. I was shocked and staggered backward. And knocked the flower vase over. So that's what happened. Yes. This is what it all comes down to. Yeah? Huh? This is the absolute end for both sides, and Adrian is yes, she is. Phoenix, now is our best chance yet to kill the prosecution's case. With a knife! Isn't that a bit harsh? Ms. Andrews, will you tell us the truth this time, or will you break your glasses again and I have to increase that count? Yeah, no, it's, I gotta present on this one. And I gotta present... Dissin. Because, like, she's basically implicitly implying there was no knife in his chest. Objection! The witness... It is. It is. I know where this is going, but it is. The game literally told me that I need to present on this one. The game literally told me that I had to... No, I'm on the right... This was the one where it said... Yeah, see, this is the one that says, is it just me, or did that right there sound a little odd? Unless I had to present on this one. Fine, let's try it here. Why the fuck not? I still think the game screwed me over. Because it seemed to imply that I was supposed to present on that previous statement. And it should have applied there as well as here. Uh-oh. Okay. Take that is technically supposed to apply to get me to not submit the correct evidence, but sure. So you honestly didn't think he was dead when you found him? No, not at all. Even though this is what you saw when you discovered the body. ... Ah! What is the meaning of this? Isn't it obvious, Your Honor? Which is what I was trying to fucking tell you on the previous statement. There was a knife sticking straight out of Mr. Tequila's chest. Anyone who saw this scene would have immediately thought he was a dead man. This is what I said, and I feel like it should have been applicable, because again, the game seemed to imply that it was under the previous statement, but fine. That's, well, you see, I doubt a single person in the world would mistake this for someone who fainted, and then so nonchalantly go pour something to drink. Your point is the point of the knife! Ms. Andrews, your testimony just now was all one giant lie. And that's number 6. I love this counter. This was an excellent suggestion. And your lie has proven one thing very clearly. That you are, well... No, it just proved that the knife wasn't there when she found the body. ... No! Haha! It looks like the defense has somehow brought the ugly truth to light. The defendant, Mr. Matt Scotchgard, is not guilty after all. Woohoo! Not guilty verdict! But that's impossible. You're wrong. Ms. Andrews, try to have some composure. It wasn't me. It wasn't me, I tell you. It was Matt, I swear it. He's the one who killed Juan. But you were the one who refused to testify, and it's very clear that someone is deliberately trying to point evidence at him. And your reason for not doing so was that you might end up incriminating yourself. That's because... Ms. Andrews, I will give you... No, 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 no. We're good here, Judge. We're good. We're fine. Don't do this. What exactly are you hiding that may incriminate you? ... Aha! Good! I refuse to testify. Well, good. Then I win. And there is no need for this court to continue any further. Mr. Matt Scotchgard's innocence has been clearly demonstrated. Is it over? Have we found the truth at last? What's wrong, Phoenix? Usually the real killer confesses his or her guilt. Again, yes. And now that I think about it, this is the first time someone... Well, just because, like, everyone else has gone all evil monologue when we finally caught them, doesn't mean everyone will. Seriously. Now then, I would like to hand down my verdict for Mr. Matt Scotchgard. Good. Go for it. Objection. Your Honor, the prosecution feels that it would be... No. Yes, a maniacal monologue. No. Premature my ass. Seriously. Well, why? The reason is quite simple. The witness has yet to speak the absolute real... Yes, because she is fucking refusing to testify. We know this. Objection overruled. Get your goddamn ass out of my courtroom. Seriously. We know she's not speaking the truth because she is refusing to testify. No issues here. Zip those lips. And sit down, buddy. Take your 500th defeat. No, it really would not fly in a... Especially, again, it shouldn't even fly in this court, because, again, we know she's not speaking the absolute real truth. She specifically refused. He gave her one more chance to do so. And she still refused to testify. So no, we're done here. It doesn't matter. And you know, again, she can have a trial for murder or whatever. Like, I'm not assuming that just because I get my... Like, because remember that this is a trial for Matt Scotchgard. Not a trial for Adrian Andrews. Adrian Andrews can have her own murder trial at some point down the line. And if this fucker is so convinced about getting to the truth, then he can be her defense attorney at her trial. But as far as this trial is concerned, Matt Scotchgard is innocent. None of the evidence that the court had, none of the evidence that the police department or the prosecution department had against him was even remotely correct, right? The knife, clearly planted. The button, clearly planted. The nickel samurai leaving Tequila's room, not him. So this objection, even by in-universe logic, this objection should just be like, okay, we fucking know that already. I gave her one more chance to try, to testify. She refused. She has that right. Here's the verdict, not guilty. Again, using this very universe and this very case. The logic in this very case. Which is difficult to do because Ace Attorney and logic very rarely go hand in hand. But still. Like, okay, yeah, we know she's not speaking the absolute real truth. We tried to get her to do that, and she said she refuses. We can't force her to testify if it would implicate herself, because we've established that somehow the Fifth Amendment is a thing here. We know she was lying about what she saw and everything that she said so far. So we're done. But okay, let's see why the judge accepts this bullshit. The absolute real... We know this, Judge. We fucking know this. You asked her once again. You gave her one final chance to testify and tell the truth. And she refused. The absolute real truth? What are you? Witness, don't you understand yet? Huh? I don't know who planted this silly idea in your head, but as long as you protect yourself through your silence, Matt Scotchgard will go free, and in his place, you will become the guilty party. That's a lie. I don't believe... Good, don't believe him. What? I was told if I spoke, then it would be all over. And Matt would never be declared guilty. Aha! So you admit that you wanted him to be declared guilty. What in the world is she talking about? Has she lost it? Yes? I can't speak about it. I'm too scared. Ah, yes. Franziska von Karma. Who knew she would have helped me with this case? Huh? Yeah, we did specifically mention this earlier, that she was the one who planted the idea of the Fifth Amendment into Adrian Andrews' head. In fact, Phoenix came to that very conclusion himself, so he apparently can't remember what he did half an hour ago. Don't you remember, Phoenix? Ms. Andrews lives by gripping tightly onto the words of another. Because she doesn't have the strength to believe in herself, then right now, Ms. Andrews is... Yesterday, she was tossed a lifesaver by Ms. Von Karma. Don't say a word no matter what happens. Oh, sorry. Let's imitate my German accent for that. Don't say a word no matter what happens. If you do, Matt Scotchgard will be acquitted. Ms. Andrews undyingly believes in those words right now and is clinging on to them. What should we do? Abso-fucking-lutely nothing! Why is any of this our problem? I don't give a fuck about Adrian Andrews. I don't even give a fuck about Matt Scotchgard. The only person I give a fuck about is my FA, and I'm about to get the goddamn verdict that I need to get! This is the first time I've ever come across anything like this. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care if she is or if she isn't. Yes, that's it. Good. Good job, Phoenix. Little Goblin in danger. That is your only priority. I don't care. Maybe if she had red hair. Maybe. That would pit redheads against goblins again, and I don't think I could handle that. Or redheads against little goblins again, and I don't think I could handle that twice in one game. It wasn't you. I'm begging you, please believe me. I didn't kill Juan. Help, please, someone help me. Mr. Wright, yes, Your Honor. The court can't continue on like this, therefore I'd like to hear what you intend to do. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say? Right. I suggest you think very carefully about this. Think about what this witness did and what she... Okay, look. I know where this is going. And I know why Franziska wanted her to keep quiet. It wasn't actually to help me. It was to help herself because she thought she was going to be the one in the prosecutor's chair. Like, I know where this is going. I do. Right? Because she wasn't actually lying when she said what she saw. When she saw Juan Tequila's dead body. And that she thought he was sleeping. Because at that point in time, there was no knife stuck in his body. So she didn't kill him. But she tries to frame Scotchgard. Either because she assumes he did it, or because she fucking hates him for some reason. So she's the one, like, I'm not wrong that it's her who's the nickel samurai walking out of Tequila's room. I'm not wrong that she stabbed the knife into Tequila's chest. I'm not wrong that she's the one who planted, who cut off the button and planted that on Matt's Hakama. But none of that actually means she committed the murder. Again, I really don't give a flying fuck. And if this isn't going to give me a penalty, I'll still let her burn. Like I said, it's not like this is Adrian Andrews' murder trial. This is Matt Scotchgard's trial. All I have to do is get him off for murder. Right? Get that not guilty verdict. Then little goblin Maya goes free. And then, if Adrian Andrews wants, I can be her defense attorney, or Kilometers Lost as Edgeworth can be her defense attorney, because I'm assuming that can be potentially a thing. At her trial. It's fine by me. Like, I don't see a downside to this. And think about who is the real mastermind behind this crime. Who's the real mastermind? Isn't that oh yeah, it's me. There's no one else it could be except the woman crying over there, right? Come now, what will you do? What kind of man are you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? The kind who is willing to burn the whole fucking world to protect the little goblin. No question in my mind. Seriously, none. Even if she's not guilty, I see no fucking downside here. Because she gets her own trial and can be proven innocent too. This is just like, I don't care what Phoenix thinks, but just what I'm telling you is, okay, she might be innocent. Fine. Right here, right now, that doesn't matter. The only thing right here and right now that matters is the innocent verdict, or the not guilty verdict, for Scotchgard. Figuring out who actually committed this crime, I can fucking do that later. When I don't have the little goblin's life in my hands. That is the kind of man that I am. I'm not... I want to make this clear, right? I want to make this crystal clear. I am not sending Adrian Andrews to the gas chamber. Right? I'm not sending her to be killed. Because she gets her own trial after this. Right? The conclusion of this and the not guilty verdict for Scotchgard does not automatically mean she doesn't get a trial and is automatically assumed to be guilty. There will have to be another investigation after this. And God help me if she wants me to be her defense attorney. Once Maya is safe and sound, I will fucking do it. And I'll be her defense attorney for free. I'll still charge Scotchgard an arm and a leg, mind you. But that is the kind of man that I am. I have to prioritize what I have to prioritize. And right now, Adrian Andrews is not my number one priority, because it's not like her life ends at the end of the day, whereas it has been explicitly implied that Maya will not come back unharmed if I don't get that not guilty verdict today. Now, the game's not going to fucking let me do that, I'm sure. But I want you all to know I'm not a cold-hearted son of a bitch. I want you all to know that. Now then, let's figure out why the fuck this game isn't going to let me do this. Not to mention, I don't have... Yeah, see, I don't have a choice. I have to win a complete acquittal today. Look, Bug might... I know it's difficult to tell sometimes, but no, I actually am not a cold-hearted son of a bitch. That would be an insult to my mother. Your Honor, the defense believes there is enough evidence to substantiate our claim. Therefore, we motion that this court passes a verdict of not guilty as soon as possible. I really could care less if... I really couldn't care less if you're disappointed in me, Lost as Edgeworth. I really couldn't care less. Like, this is another thing. That, like, the game is supposed to make you feel bad because this jackass is disappointed in you. Why am I supposed to take moral high grounds or moral lessons from a jackass who pretended to be dead for a year? Why am I supposed to do that? Also, this is the longest goddamn day of my life in this court. No, I'm not. But again, the game's not gonna let me. I'm disappointed in you, Ron. What have you learned in this past year? I've learned that you're a bigger jackass than I thought you were. I've also learned to prioritize my immediate necessities versus things I can fucking take care of later. Not everything needs to be solved immediately. I have basically come out as best as I possibly fucking can to tell you that Maya is in danger, which, by the way, your little goddamn pea brain might be able to put two and two together that I don't have my usual little goblin next to me. You do remember Maya Fey. The reason you're not dead right now, for real. I've come out and said that about as much as I possibly could without directly saying it. You seemed to understand that. But now you're pulling this shit. So guess what? I don't hate you anymore because, again, that's just... But you're still definitively on my shit list. And you have learned nothing this past year. Which makes sense. You probably actually were dead and just got reanimated because... I don't fucking know. That's enough. I commend you for trying, Mr. Lost as Edgeworth. However, it is clear that the defense's theory is true. You're wrong. ... And here he comes again. What a shame! Exclamation mark. I had hoped things wouldn't come to this. However, now what, you colossal son of a bitch? What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Ms. Andrews, since you absolutely refuse to testify, it falls on my shoulders to disclose this to the court. Uh-oh. Stop. Aha! She specifically told you not to. Ergo, you fucking can't. Mr. Edgeworth... Dude, I almost fucked up. Mr. Lost as Edgeworth. This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. What? See, I know he knows that because he told me about it, but... And because of this illness, she has tried to commit suicide in the past. Stop. Please stop. See, he's only fucking making things worse. No matter how much you want to hide it, it's no use. I have the evidence right here. Ah, that's the second part of the suicide report. The attempted suicide report. What will you do now, witness? You know what I am about to do, don't you? I will now reveal to the court the true nature of the pitiful woman known as Adrian Andrews. The secret of her dependent nature. Having other people know about it scares her more than anything else in the world. Lost as Edgeworth, you're a fucking bully. Please stop. I beg you. If people find out, I'll... So, you're blackmailing her into testifying. And you're pushing her towards suicide. Your Honor, Prosecutor Lost as Edgeworth is blackmailing a witness, is attempting to forcibly coerce her into giving up her constitutional right. I demand that you stop this farce right now and get Lost as Edgeworth disbarred. Because any fucking attorney that attempts to forcibly coerce you into giving up your constitutional rights. First of all, any testimony that results from that can't be used for anything. Right? It's illegitimate testimony, it's illegitimate evidence, it's all illegitimate. And second of all, any attorney that would actually do that is immediate grounds for disbarment, and probably at least one criminal and or civil lawsuit. Your move, jerkface. Bugmite, if you think he's bad, consider the fact that he also, like, this is the first case where we see him in this game, because prior to this, he pretended to have committed suicide for a year. For a year. And then suddenly shows back up and immediately starts being a pompous twit again. And again, I will clarify, I will still give him shit because he very much deserves this shit that I am giving him. It's not out of hatred, it's just, Jesus Christ, the guy's a jackass. Like, okay. I feel like if I'm giving him credit, right? Because in the first game, it's all about how he'll do anything to get his guilty verdict. I don't think that's the case here. I think the logical progression we're supposed to make about his character throughout the story arc of Game 1 is that he became less concerned about his guilty verdict and more about finding the truth no matter what. Rise from the Ashes in particular, which was after all this shit, by the way, because that's something that they added on to Ace Attorney Trilogy when they released it, when they re-released it much later. So it's technically it was technically written after everything in this game, but right, the whole idea is he becomes so obsessed with just finding the truth that he's not only willing to, like, sass his own boss and the chief of police, he becomes an arrogant little shit over it. I mean, yes, Snowy, I agree. Know about everything about this. Literally, know to everything that Lost as Edgeworth is doing right now. Know to all of it. But for some reason, I get a feeling that the judge is going to let this happen. Again, despite the fact that this is very, very, very clearly grounds for immediate disbarment, criminal lawsuits, and probably a civil lawsuit from Adrian Andrews after this. Because again, he's literally blackmailing the witness into giving up her, and blackmailing the witness and forcibly coercing her into giving up her constitutional rights, which is illegal. When does the real judge arrive? That is an excellent question, Snowy. I don't know. We're at the last case of the second game and the judge is still a moron. The same moron that I have seen in every case so far. They should just put me in charge. That would never result in problems. If you're going to say you would choose death, that is of no concern to me. Lost as Edgeworth. Not... So, no, but Snowy, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Because I think you missed this earlier. They specifically went out of their way to talk about, and the whole reason that we're in this mess right now is because Adrian Andrews is invoking her right to not testify. Right? She is literally pleading the Fifth. That exact expression, specifically referring to the Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution, was used in context of this case. So I know that constitutional rights are different in Japan than compared to America, but literally, for the sake of this case, and in this game, right, they specifically use the phrase, pleading the Fifth. Again, Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution. That is the only context in which that particular phrase makes sense. Yes, they specifically said the Fifth. Specifically, Phoenix said that she was pleading the Fifth. So, again, Your Honor, I repeat my request for a not guilty verdict, and I will add to that an objection to everything Losses Edgeworth is doing, a demand for an immediate cease and desist, and talk about disbarring him, because this is abso-fucking-lute bullshit. Losses Edgeworth, how can you be so cold? However, before you die, I will pull the truth from your still breathing lips. No matter what I have to... Again, he's saying it again, Your Honor. I am well fucking aware that this is not how courts work. Because again, this whole thing is fucking bullshit. I told you earlier, Bugmite, I specifically said, this is, well, okay, I don't remember if you were here or not, but I specifically said this is the Ace Attorney universe. So, logic basically goes out the window. But seriously, at this point in time, even if we allowed Losses Edgeworth's objection to happen in the first place, like, the judge would bang down the gavel and, like, immediately dismiss Losses Edgeworth. And again, there would abso-fucking-lutely be decisions to probably disbar him. ... So, will you tell the court yourself, or shall I? Either is fine with me. You're talking about her illness has nothing to do with what happened. Right? So you're literally trying to use a non-relevant piece of information to this case to blackmail this is all fucking wrong and this is all bullshit. ... I'll talk, but please. I intended to, again, I intended to help her. I absolutely intended to help her. Right? Again, I want to make that clear again. When I was saying I want my not guilty verdict, I was saying it because Little Goblin Maya in danger and I need that verdict today. And I even said that, again, this is the trial of Matt Scotchgard. Adrian Andrews will get her day in court. And I even said that I would be willing to be her defense attorney for free. And everyone knows Phoenix really can't afford to do that shit, because he is poor as fuck. No goblins today, Snowy. Goose is still going through some crap, and Dawning still is dealing with a migraine, and it's really, really, really been wearing her down, and it's very sad, and it's probably part of the reason why I've been going so off the goddamn rails today, is I don't have a little goblin at my side to keep me from going off on tangents and shit like that. I see that hydrate, and I will have some tea. But yeah, no, again, I am not a heartless bastard. I hope so too, Bugmite. I really do. I miss my little goblins. But I fully intended to help Adrian Andrews during her trial. Just not right now. I'll talk, but please help me. Nothing matters anymore. Now, this is probably going exactly where I thought it was, and she's basically going to confess to trying to frame Scotchgard, but not the murder itself, right? She walked in and saw everything happened that she said, so she did think he was dead, or sorry, did think he was sleeping, and then when she actually saw he was dead, that's when she fabricated the evidence against Scotchgard. That's probably where this is going. Yeah, when I first saw him, I really thought he had fainted, honest. When I realized he was dead, that was when I formulated my plan. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. And then... You feel ignored. Look, I would at least like to think that I am the opposite of Dawning's migraine. As someone who gets migraines, the last thing I ever want to do is cause someone else migraines, because they are miserable. So here's what she's saying, right? She thought he was asleep because there was no knife in his body at the time. She's saying, right, she stabbed Juan's dead body with the knife and ripped off the button. So again, she's confessing, because look back at the court record. Right? If we look at the photo of the crime, without the missing button, without the knife in his chest and the little bit of blood, right, it could easily look like he had just kind of fallen asleep and slumped over in that chair. I believe it. I absolutely do. And consider that the vase wasn't on the ground yet, so the only thing that had been tossed was the makeup. So yes, no, what she said earlier absolutely holds water. Because the only reason that we got that is that there is that knife in his chest right now. And then I stabbed Juan's dead body with the knife and ripped off the button. Just when I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience. And that's why I ended up using the nickel samurai costume. I'm pretty sure I am aware of what you were going for, Snowy, but, like, Dawning is more the pain in my ass than the other way around, but it's okay. I do really like having my little goblin and my little goblins around, and I do feel a bit bereft without them. That's why I ended up using the nickel samurai costume. So, stabbed the body with the knife, but why would you? I mean, to frame Scotchgard. Isn't it obvious to pin the blame on a certain person? Yeah, just like I said. A certain cowardly man. What do you mean by all of this? Still, Bulbagarden's pain in the ass, even if you haven't streamed in exactly 2 years. I mean, you help me come up with some cockamamie ideas sometimes, which are funny, but that is what it is. It might take this court a little while to understand, but... Yeah, well... Yeah, PITA is pain in the ass. It's a very good acronym. I love it. This is the truth. The real killer is Matt, that scumbag of a man. I'll never forget. Well, you made that assumption. Literally all of the evidence against him is fabricated. By you. He's trying to escape his guilt to get... Ooh, what is this just like last time? I feel like I don't want to know what this just like last time thing is. I mean, you're welcome to say ass as much as you want on this channel. I certainly do. Last time. So, Ms. Andrews stabbed the victim, Juan Tequila, in the chest with the knife. However, she didn't do it with murder in mind. She did it with the intent of framing Matt Scotchgard for the murder. And this is her crime. Tampering with the crime scene, yes. I knew this was exactly where it was going. I know I also figured Phoenix would take a little while to catch up, but because I knew where this was going and I knew Adrian Andrews was not guilty, that's why I was willing to be her defense attorney for free. No, she was just a convenient scapegoat, Phoenix. Mr. Wright, please get over your shock and commence the cross-examination. I mean, strictly speaking, Bugmite, when we're streaming on the Bulba Garden channel, it's supposed to be PG-13. I have slipped up and sworn on that channel while streaming a few times. One of the number one most watched clips of all time on the Bulba Garden Twitch channel does in fact have me swearing because, I mean, it's mostly an exasperation, but I was just, I mean, go watch it. No. The forums have their own rule set when it comes to things like profanity. The Twitch channel is supposed to be PG-13. Like I said, I have occasionally fucked up, as it were. But yeah, no, there's no evidence that I have, so I think I just have to basically, like, press on everything. But you could tell from the state the room was in that there must have been a fight. Are you telling the truth when you say you did not know he was dead? He had a scarf tied around his neck. That scarf is a part of the Pajama Ninja's costume, so I didn't think anything about it was strange. His head was also tilted down a bit, so I couldn't see his face that well. That's why I thought I'd wake him up and went to pour the juice. When I realized he was dead, that was when I formulated my plan. What is this plan you had? ... I knew right away that the murderer was Matt. I knew because Juan was going to expose Matt's weakest weak point to the world. And you still haven't told us what that is. Which you clearly fucking know, because you were willing to participate in this scheme. So Matt did this to stop Juan and silence him for good. That's when I thought I should forge some evidence and pin this crime on Matt. So, the forged pieces of evidence were the knife and the button, aka the only evidence we actually had that he committed the crime in the first place. The first thing that came to mind was to plant the knife. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. Well, my question is, why the fuck didn't the camera pick that up? Because Lotta Hart's camera was in the hallway. That was so you could get the knife, correct? The knife Matt used at dinner had his fingerprints all over it. I thought if I used that, then the police would certainly turn their eyes towards him. Matt was napping with his costume on at the time. I slipped in, took the knife, and returned to the scene of the crime. And then, I stabbed Juan's dead body with the knife and ripped off the body. Uh-huh. So you were the one to stab the victim with that knife. It gives me goosebumps to think about it now. What a horrible thing I did. But, at the time, I couldn't control my own body. It moved on its own. Uh-huh. Excuses, excuses, lady. Then, when I stabbed Juan's dead body, I suddenly realized something. If I used the button somehow, I could make Matt look even more suspect. So, you thought to rip one of the buttons off, and then plant it in Mr. Scotchgard's hakama. Yes, that's what I had planned to do. But things never go that smooth. Okay. Just when I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience. Okay. An inconvenience? I see. So Lotta showed up as Andrews was doctoring the scene, and when Andrews was about to exit Tequila's room, Lotta was there. There was a woman with a camera at the ready, loitering in the hallway. I'm willing to bet my spiky hair that it was Lotta. Uh-huh. There was also a woman with a ray gun at the ready, pacing back and forth. Old bag. Old bag. That's Ms. Old Bag for you. So wait, both of them were conveniently not there. Like, the instant that she dashed from Tequila's room to Scotchgard's room to pick up the knife, or when she dashed back, or when she went into Tequila's room to begin with. They just both happen to show up almost at the exact same fucking time. Conveniently, while Andrews was already in Tequila's room doctoring the evidence. Yeah, no, logic does not apply here in the fucking slightest. Coincidence, though, apparently does. I had already been caught and made into a big scoop for a certain weekly tabloid once. Yes, we have that article. So I couldn't very well go out looking like myself and get caught again. And that's why I ended up using the nickel samurai costume, which is again the third piece of evidence that they had against him, and it was you the whole time. Hold it. You were the one who prepared that costume, weren't you? Yes, I took it from Global Studios. I also put it into Juan's guitar case the day before the award ceremony. You did this in preparation for the press conference, correct? Yes, Juan wanted to wear that costume and hold a press conference in it. He was going to disclose Matt's big secret there, which you clearly know. And what is this secret? No, you clearly know it. That? No, I know you know it. Because you very, very, very fucking clearly have some kind of grudge against Scotchgard. You said that he's trying to run away from his guilt again. Like last time. So you know what it is. Tell us. why the hell would you agree to this plan by Juan Tequila if you didn't know? Like, why would you betray Matt Scotchgard, your employer, right? Matt's not her employer, but Global Studios is, and Matt works for Global Studios, right? Why would she betray Matt Scotchgard for Juan Tequila, the guy who allegedly hid the woman she really, really cared about's suicide note, if she didn't know what the fuck the actual secret was that Scotchgard was? So there's still something fishy going on here. But whatever. Anyway, I thought that if I were to leave Juan's room in the nickel samurai costume, then people would think that, yeah, so you did it again to implicate Matt again. I was very careful not to leave any fingerprints when I opened the guitar case. I absolutely did not want anyone to know about the costume. And I knew that doing this, right, there was no evidence that I have against any of this. I didn't want to get another penalty, so I think we've heard enough. So after that, you went back to Mr. Scotchgard's room and planted the button. Into Matt's Hakama, yes. After that, I folded up the costume I was wearing and put it into a bag. Then I snuck it out of the hotel and got rid of it, just like she could have done with the guitar, theoretically, if she had taken it. So this is what I was saying earlier, where, you know, theoretically the guitar case could have actually had the good, but, or something else, but as it so happened, yeah, no. This makes perfect sense. My word, what does all this mean? ... Mr. Lost as Edgeworth, is it? ... The real criminal is Matt Scotchgard. Yesterday, that woman prosecutor sat me down for a talk. Franziska, yes. The more pleasant prosecutor. The much more pleasant prosecutor, who is not nearly as big of a jackass as her little brother. She said that I should, under no circumstances, confess to what I had done. Yeah, because it means that literally all the evidence against Scotchgard is baloney. That if I just kept quiet, then Matt would be found guilty for sure. I had no choice but to believe in her words. ... What this witness has done is clearly unlawful. However, as long as her testimony stands, we can be certain that she is not the real killer. What if her testimony was sitting down, Your Honor? Also, what if she is confessing to the lesser crime of tampering with a crime scene and evidence to get out of murder? I'm not saying that's what she's actually doing, mind you. Well, okay, I would be saying that if I actually figured the game would let me. The game's not gonna fucking let me. But just because she said all of this doesn't mean she's not the real killer. It's like when Red White confessed to wiretapping and breaking into the Fay and Company law offices to get out of a murder charge. Right? You might confess to a lesser crime so that you don't get convicted of murder. The other thing that, now the actual thing that we can be certain of, Your Honor, and this is regardless of whether her testimony stands or not, is that all of the evidence that the prosecution had against Scotchgard was fabricated. And again, that's independent of her particular testimony right there and then. Right? Because I proved it with the knife, I proved it with the case. I proved it with the button. So if all of the evidence against my client is fabricated, we're done here. Because the entire reason he was arrested wasn't even the knife, right? The entire reason he was arrested was the button, which didn't even go there because of him. That was planted on him. That's it. You're done. I'm not saying my client is innocent or guilty, mind you. Technically, I guess we can't, strictly speaking, prove it. But it certainly can't be proven that he is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. There is no evidence for any of this. Well, wait, Your Honor. The defense still... Objection. Right. What the fuck do you want? It's pointless. At this point in time, it is not possible to indict Ms. Andrews on anything. He's not wrong, though. He really isn't, because I don't have the concrete evidence to disprove what she just said. He's not wrong. But again, that's not my question. My question is, can you prove anything that my client did? No. You have no evidence against my client. Case dismissed. See you tomorrow. Yes, exactly. There isn't a single piece of evidence that points to her as the murderer. There isn't a single piece of evidence that points to Scotchgard as the murderer that wasn't fabricated. The cross-examination of this witness is over, and so is today's trial. You couldn't establish that the witness was the culprit. Please let it go, Mr. Wright. Fine. But... Mr. Losses Edgeworth. Good. Okay. Please place Ms. Andrews under arrest for further questioning. Understood, Your Honor. The prosecution will arrange for her detention immediately. That is all. Court is adjourned for today. Very good. Sandwiches all... No. Not very good. Lost his Edgeworth. You ruined everything, you goddamned jackass. Yes, today's trial is over. Didn't win an acquittal. Witness, would you mind if I asked you something? Lost his Edgeworth? Yeah, are you about to ask about that card in her hand? What is it? Before you leave court today, I wondered if I might look at one thing. Yeah, see, that card in your hand, it's had my interest for quite some time now. That card is the calling card of one notorious serial killer. What exactly is it? Oh, this? Mr. Wright also asked me about it. Birthday invitation. Yeah, it's a birthday invitation. No, it's a death day invitation. An invitation to your death. Oh, this? Mr. Wright also asked about this. Although I didn't remember it at the time you asked me about it, Mr. Wright. I remembered just now. Oh, convenient. Oh, convenient that you remembered that just now. After the judge is already fucking gone. I found this in the room on that day. The room. That day. Yes. I found this card when I discovered Juan's body. It was lying there right next to him. You found that card next to the victim's body. Also, how are you, Pig Rider? I suppose I must have unconsciously slipped it into my pocket. But it's not as if this card is Uh-huh. Well, I'm glad to hear it, Pig Rider. Yeah, no. That card is very much evidence. Put it in your court record. I do. Yes, looks like Juan was invited to the birthday party as well. No, he was invited to his death day party. Hold it. Witness, that card. Give it to me. Hurry. I fucking knew he should have known what that card was. I understand why Phoenix doesn't know. I said this earlier, right? I said, there's no way Phoenix should know what that card is. Because he hasn't had Maya, or more accurately, he hasn't had Mia to show him that Maya has seen that. But, I fucking said Lost as Edgeworth should know what that card is, because it should have come up in previous murder cases as evidence. So here we fucking go. Again, the game is finally catching up to me. Thank God. Lost as Edgeworth? Do you have any idea what you have stupidly, yet inadvertently done? That's a question that could have just as easily been that could have just as easily been directed at me as it was at the witness. This, I can't believe you hid this from me. What do you mean all this time? Again, as of this morning, you didn't know you were going to be the prosecutor in this trial. It was supposed to be Franziska, and she got shot. I didn't mean to. I also understand why Mia wouldn't know. Because if this is a serial killer who hasn't been caught yet, then there would have been no defendant and no defense attorney necessary. So it makes sense that the defense attorneys don't recognize that card. But it makes perfect sense that Lost as Edgeworth would. I've never seen Lost as Edgeworth so emotional before. That card. What in the world is it, and what does it mean? Are we going to get... Why a fucking to be continued here? This is the stupidest fucking place to have a to be continued, but okay, fine. It means Pikachu, yes. Right and Co. law offices. Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! Sniffle, sniffle. There, Pearls. I can't take it anymore. Wah! Look, it'll be alright. Oh, hey, a hydrate. Oh, water. I require water. Where is water? Here is water. And a stretch. Although, a stretch and then a posture check are kind of redundant to do. But let me stretch, and then I'll make sure that my posture is good when I sit down again. So here's the stretch. Ooh, I cracked my back like several times doing that. Ooh. I mean, you can't see it. You can certainly hear. Oh. Aye. Whew, that actually felt pretty good. You also can't see my posture either, but it is good posture now. Posture that Pikachu would be proud of. Pikachu, who is clearly... Okay, at some point when I'm stretching, I should really put the microphone, like, right by my back so you can hear it crack. It's actually very disturbing. The fact that I can hear it through my headphones, with the game music going on, it just tells me that, well, I really did need to crack my back. I'm just lucky that I'm flexible enough that I can do that. But alright, on to continuing talking about Pikachu. The original electric rodent and mascot of the Pokemon franchise. Quite frankly, I think I do like Pikachu better than I like any of its clones. I mean, I am aware that the stretch and posture ones are best for streamers with webcams. Maybe at some point, although this room is not exactly the best to have a webcam in, and I don't really have a good angle for where that would be. But also, I don't want to jump scare all of you, because my face is hideous. But anyway, I could just put a Pikachu instead of my face, and then y'all would be very amused. No, like, I mean, I will say, I'm not a massive fan. Pikachu has been destroying you in TCG Pocket. I haven't played TCG Pocket. I'm still getting a lot of fun out of sleep. I will say, I've come up with a fairly decent team for the old gold power plant, and my Halloween Pikachu from last year, so not this past October, but the October before, is rock solid, because it's got the Berry Finder S ability, and that means that it gets 3 berries every time it gets berries, and that's fantastic. Like, that's fantastic. Plus, it's got, like, I think it's got an ingredient. No, it's got an ingredient finder S or whatever as it. So it just gets me stuff left and right, and is very, very good and very, very fast. It's honestly better than the Raichu that I started. Well, okay, started as a Pikachu. I evolved it into a Raichu, but it's like, honestly, my Halloween Pikachu is better than the Raichu is. I mean, that Halloween Pikachu forms the berry gathering side of that old gold power plant team. Then I've got Steelix for extra ingredients. I've got Dedenne, which is just an inferior Pika clone, for extra tasty support. And then Ampharos for extra strength boosting, because that charge strength M skill is absolutely outstanding. And then Gardevoir for who's not actually a good type for that island, but like, she's the highest level Pokemon that I've got, and the energy for everyone ability is just clutch. Your favorite Pikachu is Pachirisu. I'd almost, like, if I have to go with one that I'd probably use on a team that wasn't in, like, Let's Go Pikachu, which you will never get me to play, I don't even own. If I had to go for a Pika clone, my favorite Pika clone is probably Emolga. And I might consider using Emolga on a team, because it's got that solid electric flying combo. Also, flying squirrels remind me of the Rocky and Bullwinkle show, and my wife loves Rocky and Bullwinkle. And I love my wife. I would hope that last part is understood. Like, I shouldn't have to say I love my wife, but I will say I love my wife because she is wonderful. And I'm not saying that just because she's decided that she's randomly going to start watching some of my streams after... Well, after I told her about... Well, okay, after she found out about something, redheads, whatever, but... Whatever. Let's just get back to the game. I'm not, it is what it is. Look, it'll be alright. Everything may still work out. The condition was that we had to get a not guilty verdict. No, redheads have plenty of souls. And so far, the kidnapper has kept his word and hasn't... Well, he hasn't fed her either. Maybe? I don't know. Like, I'm sure we'll see Adrian again. I don't know if we're gonna get that breakdown animation again. I'll keep it up there until this case is over. If 6 is the final count, then 6 is the... That's still fucking impressive. And he won't because Mr. Scotchgard hasn't been given a guilty sentence yet. Sniffle, sniffle. Cheer up, we don't have time to stand around crying. I tend to make good points every once in a while. ... You're right. Mystic Maya is in much more pain than I am. Yes, that's right. So... Hey, you guys! Glad I caught yous, pal. Mr. Scruffy Detective! Oh boy, looks like Detective Gumshoe has been dubbed Mr. Scruffy Detective in Pearls' book now. It's, just plain old Mr. Dick Gumshoe now. And I came to talk to yous, pal. But we're kind of busy right now, and you actually know why we're busy. On the other hand, it's always good to talk to Gumshoe, but after I examine everything. There is a giant building just outside the window. It's the Gatewater Hotel, a high-class luxury hotel. Actually, the crime happened at the recently completed hotel in the center of town, the Gatewater Imperial Hotel. Have you never heard my Gumshoe voice before, Bugmite? The old Boston detective. Yeah, no, that's the one that I usually use for him. Just how far are they going to expand their empire? Fair enough. This is, the Nickel Samurai, right? Yeah, that's right. Why is Arcanine the best Pokemon ever? I can talk about that, but I must not tell lies? I mean, first of all, Arcanine is the best Pokemon type there is, because Fire is my favorite Pokemon type. But after using Arcanine recently in my relatively recently completed Pokemon Moon run-through, I mean, I have to say it's an incredibly mediocre Pokemon. Maybe that's just because Gen 7 hadn't given it solid moves yet, but, like, it's had moves like Extreme Speed or Flamethrower or Flame Wheel for a long time, or, like, Thunderfang or... Yes, Snowy, I know you were an Arcanine Arcanine fan. But I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad Pokemon or that I dislike it. It's just out of every single member of my team in my Moon playthrough, it constantly fell behind. Like I had, what did I have? I mean, okay, not Flame... Like, Flare Blitz it's had for a while, too. And Wild Charge. Both of those it had by Gen 7. But it's you know, again... I like the Fire type, right? I'd have to double check a list to make sure, but I don't think that there is any bad fire type Pokemon or any I mean, the list of Pokemon that I actually flat out dislike is very, very low, very, very small. But in any case, I mean, again, it should be fairly, but like, ever since Legends Arceus, my absolute favorite fire type is Rapidash, and Yandere-chan, the Alpha Rapidash, catapulted to my favorite fire type. Wow, everyone gets ads at the same time. I can't help that. Like, ads are unfortunately a thing for affiliates and above. But yay, I get to make a little money, maybe. But regardless, so Rapidash is absolutely my 100% my favorite fire type, second favorite Pokemon of all time. But you know, again, it's not like Arcanine is terrible. I find it outclassed by a bunch of other fire types. And as far as fire dogs go, I feel like I prefer Houndoom. Just the little dark aspect and the devilish plus the fact that it literally frightened a lot of... Well, I wouldn't say frightened, but it caused a lot of controversy among certain religious groups. Just made me laugh. But Arcanine is not a bad Poke. It just, I did not have fun using it. To be fair, said team was just a very, very lopsided team because I didn't get to choose 4 out of 6 members of said team, and like 2 of them were fire types in Incineroar and Arcanine just kept falling short of Incineroar. But again, it's not a bad it's just the way that it was used in Moon just did not give it a good context in which it was being used. So again, it's a fire type. Fire is still my favorite type, even though my favorite Pokemon is Metagross. Because I'd have to say, like, my top 3 types are Fire, then Steel, then Psychic, so Psychic Steel being 2 out of 3 of my favorite types. And Metagross certainly better than something like... I mean, I don't dislike Heatran as much as some people do. But, like, let's be clear, right? Metagross very clearly superior to Heatran. And I'm trying to remember if there are any Psychic Fire or Fire Psychic types out there. Off the top of my head, I don't remember. And I'm probably going to feel really stupid because there's an obvious one. Oh, I guess Zenmo Darmanitan is Fire Psychic. I feel like there's an... Oh, Victini. Doi. Victini is a solid Pokemon. It's just not to my it's like not to my particular aesthetics. And Zen mode regular Darmanitan is just a waste of a good Darmanitan, because holy shit, Darmanitan is fucking incredible. Like, you want that thing to have sheer force. And give it a frickin' life orb while you're at it. That thing was a beast on my fire-type only run of Pokemon Black version. Anyway, which two facts were those that you learned, Bugmite? Snowy, I may have been talking into the void for a minute or two, but it's not like I'm going to suddenly stop talking because people get ads, right? This will be up on my YouTube channel at some point, so if I see that people say ads, I'm not just going to be quiet for like 3 minutes until people come back. Because A, there might be other people watching who don't have ads, and B, anyone who's watching on YouTube later on will just get confused by the random, well, okay, maybe they'll see that it says ads or whatever, but like, both my favorite Pokemon and my favorite Pokemon type. Yes. Metagross is, I mean, like, it should be fairly obvious from my BRB screen, right? That Metagross is in there. That Metagross is what used to represent me when I was doing the Bulbacasts. When everyone had the Pokemon avatars instead of the little PNG me that I've got up in the corner right now. Which is better. Anyway, yeah, that's right. Mr. Nick, please take care of Mystic Maya and be her Nickel Samurai, okay? His favorite Pokemon can be destroyed by your favorite. Not if I get off an earthquake first. Hey, it's wilting a little. I'll give it some delicious water, pal. That's okay, I already did that. The watering can. Where are you, Mr. Watering Can? Did he just call the watering can Mister? Okay. The Deskamajig. My desk. Metagross does in fact learn Earthquake. I see it. I was trying to answer it, or to deal with it, and then your comment raised up the whatever, so I had to re-click, but there we go. That should take care of that. Yeah, no, Metagross does in fact learn Earthquake. Its physical defense is pretty high. It can probably, even if it goes slower, it can probably tank an Earthquake from from an Arcanine, or not an Earthquake, to tank a Flare Blitz from an Arcanine. And then hit back with an Earthquake, and with the recoil damage Arcanine would have done to itself, that's probably a guaranteed KO. Type advantages don't mean much of anything. I mean, yes, it needs a TM, but like, TMs are everywhere. My desk, since I don't have time to sit, it's unusually clean. Oh, I cleaned it up even more for you last night. But I got it even more cleaner, pal. That's for the toilet. Oh god. What a mess, literally. Did Gumshoe use like a toilet cleaner on my desk? Ah, the books that ever mock me. Difficult-looking legal books stand in a formidable row. They mock me.
Oh, do you need to look something up in one of those law books, Mr. Nick? Which book is it? Which book do you need? ... I can't read those hard books, and, I can't reach them either.
But I can read, and I'm tall, pal. Please stop competing with an 8-year-old. It's disturbing. Oh, boy. What, is Gumshoe trying to work here now? I probably should have spoken to him before I started examining stuff. Talk to me about the future. So, what are you gonna do from now on? What do you mean, pal? Well, you've been fired, right? So, do you have a new job lined up yet? Oh, that! What am I supposed to do now, pal? I, don't have anything coming in until my next payday. And since I just got fired, I don't even have a payday no more. What are you talking about? You don't have another... Yeah, see, I just said. You don't have another payday. I guess that means I'm just gonna have to work here at your place, pal. Say what? You'll be searching for things that'll prove Mr. Scotchgard's innocent all day, right? Innocent all day, right? Well, yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna help yous, pal. I've got lots of experience in investigating and watching over people's places. And I'm great at making really simple meals, pal. I'll take care of it all. Ah, but here's the better question for you, Snowy. Does Arcanine outspeed Mega Metagross? That's a good question, isn't it?
Come on, Mr. Nick. Let's let Mr. Scruffy Detective take care of things.
Okay. By the way, what's your best dish? Instant noodles, pal. No! I am the noodleman around here, not you! Why am I surrounded by people who eat only cheap, unhealthy foods, which is good for me because I want to continue being a noodleman? So, have you finally, realized that Lost as Edgeworth is an asshole? That was the first time I'd ever seen Mr. Lost as Edgeworth act like that. Never thought he'd say something like he didn't care if Ms. Andrews killed herself. Never thought I'd see the day when he basically committed a defense that would get him disbarred in an instant. He literally blackmailed her into forfeiting her constitutional rights. If I was still a detective, I'd have arrested him on the spot. He said that? How? That's horrible. But because of him doing that, we got the truth finally. Yeah, which was very inconvenient for me, Gumshoe, and I know you know why. Ms. Andrews' last testimony. I wonder if that was the truth. I'll give you that there was nothing strange in her testimony itself, other than the massive fucking leap in logic that she saw, that immediately she saw Juan dead and thought that Scotchgard had something to do with it. But I still think there is something fundamentally wrong with the whole thing. You mean about that thing, pal? Why would she want to know? I mean, almost need to frame Mr. Scotchgard. Yes! This is a question, especially since she's claiming not to know what Juan Tequila's secret is that he's got against Scotchgard. I couldn't figure that out from anything she said all day. ...
Then you're saying that her testimony was a lie? Not a lie, per se. It just feels like there's more here than meets the eye, and Losses Edgeworth conveniently stopped it, where it just fell short of me being able to say she's guilty, getting the verdict that I needed, and then being able to go defend her later on and, again, smack him down a second time. Or... what do you mean that's what Losses Edgeworth would like us to believe? If he actually believed that, then he wouldn't have let the testimony end for the day. That's such a dirty trick. Even that woman See, I knew this. Right, Franziska is very clearly better than Losses Edgeworth. Franziska von Karma. I mean, there is, in fact, no guarantee of certain Pokemon being in a game. What's the last game that Metagross and Arcanine were both in? Oh, I guess that would be Scarlet and Violet now, wouldn't it? Then Terastallizing is a thing, and everything goes frickin' haywire with that. Franziska von Karma. Speaking of Ms. Von Karma, do you have any more information on her condition? Wasn't she shot? Yes, she was in fact shot this morning. Seems like it was 1,000,000 years ago. Tell me about Franziska. Ms. Von Karma was shot today on the way to... Ms. Von Karma was shot today on the way to the trial by a pistol pal. Well, presumably by some guy wielding a pistol, because the pistol couldn't have fired on its own. But she's going to be fine, right? Like, I'd feel really, really, really bad. Yes, she did bug mite. That's why Losses Edgeworth was prosecuting and not her. She was shot by D. Killer as a quote-unquote present to me. I think he's realizing that he made a big fucking... So, by the way, that's another reason why he kind of has to be cooperative. Because it's his fucking fault that I got the prosecutor who pushed... Like, if Franziska had been in that room, Adrian never would have been pushed to confess tampering the crime scene. Which means I would have gotten my not guilty verdict today. Metagross is in the Indigo Disc. No, she's still alive, right? So, but she's going to be fine, right? I mean, Losses Edgeworth said she was in stable condition, but... Well, she was shot in the shoulder, so she's okay and still hanging in there. No, that was... So it was supposed to be convenient for me, right? D. Killer framed it as a, quote, present for me. But it ended up being an extra pain in my ass. Because Losses Edgeworth causes a lot of those. But of course Franziska survived. They wouldn't fake kill off Losses Edgeworth and then really kill off the best prosecutor, Franziska von Karma. They should be done taking the bullet out, so she's probably resting at the hospital. Which one? What, are you going to visit her, pal? Of course I am. Outside of the courtroom, we're still good friends. No, well, I was kind of thinking about it, yeah. Hey, you've actually got a heart. Yes, of course I do. I told you I'm not a cold-hearted son of a bitch, literally earlier today. I wasn't actually going to throw Adrian Andrews to the wolves. I just needed the not guilty verdict today, and then would have defended her for free after that. Yeah, I know, it is a whole different world for right. She looked like she was being tortured to death, not being able to go to trial today. So maybe it'd be good for her if you went in and let her whip yous for a bit, pal. Let's go let her whip us, Mr. Nick! What the hell are... Pearls? No! Now I'm definitely not going, not because of me, but because of Pearls. Let's see, the name of the... Oh my fucking god, why? Why is she at the Hotti Clinic? Yeah, no, well, look, Bugmite. Even if I am going, I have to tell Pearls that I'm not, otherwise Pearls is gonna want to go along. Let's see, the name of the hospital, oh yeah, it's, the Hotti Clinic. That name sends a chill down. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Well, I guess it can't hurt to stop by and say hi. Present everything. And that's, I think, going to be where we end things off for today, is just after presenting everything. So, my attorney's badge. Look, it's my attorney's badge. Oh, it's a little tarnished, don't you think, pal? Don't worry, I'll make it all sparkly shiny again. I'm really touched. Maya's Magatama? Could you please take a look at this? I can't think of anything to say about this, pal. ... Why don't I make us some instant noodles instead? That's okay, really. Nickel Samurai. That's generic. Press conference. That's also generic. Radio transceiver. Hey, have you heard anything from the kidnapper? No, not yet. I'm sure once he hears what happened at the trial today, he'll call, pal, and he'd better damn apologize. Because he's the one that put Prosecutor Losses Edgeworth in there instead of Aunt Karma. She would have kept going like the stubborn, like the stubborn girl she is, and you'd have gotten your not guilty verdict that she's needed. I always do this, Bugmite. But remember, you can't provoke him when you get to talk to him. Oh, I've been calling him a dead man every time I pick up the transceiver. I think he knows he's a dead man. His days are numbered. Glada's camera. Generic. The tabloid article. Generic. Hotel guide map. Generic. Well, it's good. Like, you gotta be thorough because you never know when something really funny or stupid or important is hiding somewhere that you might not have thought of. Also, I just feel compelled to present my attorney badge to everyone because why the hell not? The guitar case. I'm surprised that's generic. The wine glass, also probably generic. That's the crime photo, also generic. Interesting. I mean, okay, that is generally why I do things, because I can. Pajama Ninja's button. When I saw that button, I thought to myself, this is gonna prove Mr. Scotch God's guilty. But it looks like there was a lot more to it than I thought, huh, pal? You're a pro. You should know better than to say something like that. Well, I'm not a cop anymore. Just a regular helper around the office now. So, I wonder if he misses working down at the precinct. Suicide report? Nothing. Attempted suicide report. Also nothing. Autopsy report. Also nothing. The knife. Who would have thought that this knife... who would have thought that this knife Mr. Scotch God used to eat his dinner steak with? Go on. That it would be stabbed into the victim's body by Ms. Andrews, of all people. I guess she just aided the victim that much. The question isn't why she hated the victim to that extent, but rather why she tried to pin the murder on Mr. Scotchgard. Yeah. I wonder if she really hates Mr. Scotchgard, and I wonder why. Lotta's photo? Oh. So, doesn't even look like that knife. I mean, it's a frickin' steak knife from a hotel. I mean, she clearly was able to stab it through the guy's costume or whatever, but... yeah, no. So, this Nickel Samurai was really Ms. Andrews, huh? Yeah, this is either when she went to Mr. Scotchgard's room to get the... No. This is when she left, when she was done with the foul deed. We do know! We absolutely do know, because she mentioned that in her last bit of testimony today. Phoenix, were you asleep in court again? I think he was. Because she specifically said, the first time she dashed back from the room, then she went back with the knife, did the stabicus, right, and arranged all the evidence and whatever, and then she put on the costume because Lotta and Old Bag were patrolling the hallway. Anyway, now on to the profiles. Maya. It'll be okay. You'll see her again, little missy. Yeah. It's really important that you don't give up. Okay. I guess a big voice really does give you a sense of presence. I won't give up. Ever. Little Pearl. Cheer up. You can't give in, missy. Yeah. Hey, I know. I'll show you something cool. How about this? It's a real, genuine pistol that they forgot to confiscate from me, even though I'm no longer a policeman. ... Oh, okay. Okay. I was gonna say, that is a massive oversight. Also, you shouldn't be showing that to her anyway. I was gonna say, if he still actually had his pistol, I would have been very surprised. I don't have my pistol or my police badge anymore. Cheer up, you can't give in. Yeah. What are those two doing? Detective, well, Dick Gumshoe. If people are jealous of my roguishly cool detective look, pal, actually, I just think trench coats are fantastic. It's, well, this is a bit of lore that I never knew. It's because of this look that I passed the detective's test, you know. Oh. But, you know, people can't go through their life on their looks alone, pal. Yeah, you can't count on your looks alone. Wow, I learned something new today. Franziska? Is she alright? After being shot, I mean? Her wound isn't that bad. Well, the gunshot wound, anyway. But, the wound to her pride, now that's a different story, pal. The wound to her pride? Well, until now, she's always upheld the Von Gamma Creed. But since she came here, well, you've given her pride quite a beating, pal. It's not my fault. It's her little brother's fault. Oh. I mean, she may act all grown up, but she's really still just an 18-year-old. Quite frankly, I worry about her. Well, this is why I tried to befriend her and make sure she was doing okay in a new city and a new country. Outside of court. Like, okay, she can be a firecracker in the court and want her revenge and this, that, and the other, but, like, especially when it looked like Losses Edgeworth had committed suicide, I knew she needed someone to keep an eye on her. So yes, I worry about her too, and she needs many, many, many hugs that she refuses to let me give her because she hates my guts. This jackass. That's the first time I've ever seen this side of Mr. Lost as Edgeworth, pal. Forcing people to say what he wants them to do during testimony, that's a disbarable offense. He needs to be fired as a prosecutor and completely and totally lose his lawyer's license. Or whatever the fuck lawyers have. Never be allowed to prosecute again. I want to know what in the world happened to him all this time he's been gone. Certainly didn't learn any fucking manners. And that's just Will Powers. It's generic. Lot of heart. Generic. Juan Tequila. I'm not a real fan of action shows or anything, but I know Juan Tequila and Matt Scotchgard are. Juan Tequila, though, he was always desperately trying to be better than Matt Scotchgard. And Scotchgard himself? I can't believe it. Maya getting kidnapped all because of this guy. I mean, what kind of boysen is the real Moida anyway? Maybe they're a big fan of Mr. Scotchgard? But the kidnapper's voice, he sounded like an old fart to me. Well, no, he sounded like a dead man to me. Speaking of old farts... Oh, he's got nothing to say about Old Bag. But Old Bag is funny. Adrian Andrews? My impression of her has totally changed. So, okay. I mentioned this earlier, I don't remember, but so... The purpose behind... So, the biggest and first name change that I ever did was, of course, I changed Miles Edgeworth to Kilometers Lost as Edgeworth. And then I changed Matt On Guard to Matt Scotchgard. Because nobody else is fucking allowed to have the initials ME except for me. That's my shtick. Right? I'm the did that big ME up in the corner behind my head and below the broken glasses count. That's not for them. That's for me. And then, as for why I changed Juan's last name, it's because if I had Matt being Scotchgard, then having Juan be Juan Tequila made sense. Also, now I can talk about Juan Tequila and his brothers 2 Tequila, 3 Tequila, and Floor. But yes, I am very, very, very possessive over my ME initials. Yes, it is, in fact, mainly for fun. It is, in fact, entirely for fun. Also, because this way I could give Matt Scotchgard a very stupid Scottish accent that's probably incredibly offensive to anyone who actually has a Scottish accent. Which I did not get to use this time, but oh well. My impression of her has totally changed, pal. So where is she right now? I'm sure she's being questioned down at the precinct. At the very least about messing with the body and obstructing the investigation. And she'll probably be staying over at the detention center for quite some time because she's under arrest for tampering with the body. The detention center, eh? And you probably know nothing about Celeste Impacts. Oh, you do? She was Ms. Adrian Andrews' mentor. Because of the suicide... Because of the suicide of the mentor she depended on, Adrian Andrews tried to follow her in an attempted suicide. Now the question is, who is Ms. Andrews relying on now? That is indeed the question. Alas, that question will have to wait until next time, because it is in fact time for me to end off for tonight. So, We didn't get too far on the investigation for today. But at least we made it through the first day of court, which, that's certainly something. That will, in fact, do it for me for tonight, though. So, if you only caught part of the VOD, or you were interrupted by ads while watching the stream, you can watch the entire episode on my YouTube channel over there. I'll be uploading it this evening. If you were watching this on my YouTube channel, you can check out my Twitch channel over there. I go live on Monday evenings with Ace Attorney 2 and Wednesday evenings with Tears of the Kingdom. You can also find me on the Bulba Garden channel over there. On Sundays, I am currently streaming Alpha Sapphire Water Type Run, which is not so good. I hate Alpha Sapphire, but oh well. Such is life. What else? You can also catch other wonderful streamers there, like the Caps Fan, or if she's feeling well, Dawning Winds, or hopefully at some point in the future, when his internet gets better, Snowy will return. But I do believe that will do it for me for this evening. No, Bugmite, I don't think you stream on the Bulba Garden Twitch channel. I will say, speaking of Caps Fan, though, it does look like he's streaming something right now, so I am going to raid him. I don't know how much longer he's going to be live, but please stick around for the raid and say hi to Caps for me. That said, of course, before we raid, as always, I am Maniacal Engineer, and I'm never going to give you up, never going to let you down. Thank you all for watching. I'll see you all on Wednesday, and God bless this mess.